Okay, we are live. Good morning, everybody. Good evening, wherever you're tuning in from. It's 6 a.m. in Costa Rica. We have just reached bottom off of Tengosed Seamount. We're about 2,050 meters, and this is our second dive on the site. So I have in the control room Dr. Beth Orcutt of the Bigelow Laboratory for Ocean Sciences, and she will introduce you to our dive goals for the day.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for the introduction, Juliana. Yeah, we're here on the seafloor of Tengosed Seamount. We're on the southern end of the summit region of this very large seamount. It's about 5 kilometers in diameter. And we've got a set of waypoints to explore about 1.5 kilometers of the seamount, going up a ridge feature that goes from the southern side up to kind of the center of the seamount. Yesterday, we did a similar dive up on the east side in an area where there was indications of mass wasting, flow of debris down this hill slope. This side is a little bit smoother in topography on the bathymetry, but still a ridge feature that we're going to follow up and see what we see. What kind of animals are here? How do they compare to what we see yesterday? Again, our overarching goal for this expedition is to find if there are other areas of low temperature hydrothermal flux out of the seafloor, and if those environments exist, if there are octopus nurseries there, which is something we found on the very first 2 dives of our expedition at Dorado Outcrop, which is just to our southwest. We think that this seamount is actually an area where seawater enters into ocean crust, but there might also be sites of discharge here. We don't really know, so that's what we're going to be looking for. Are we all set with the camera lighting adjustment stuff? Can I start moving around? It does look rainy.
We decided to where we had it.
The ISO was at 8,000.
Yes, but we're not getting enough. Virus is opening as much as it's happening. If the lowers on them, they help. So the low level. Yeah, how far off the book everything's doing. Exactly. So who's ever than the lows? Yeah. It's where that's going in what we had yesterday. Yeah, I know. It seems like it's an auto ISO black. Yeah. Green, so. I don't see the lines. I can turn on the wheels and we're taking this through that. Just trying the fronts real quick. Fronts, number 6.
All right, we're seeing brittle stars, we're seeing urchins, we're seeing corals. You want to start your morning off with some collections already? That sea cucumber. There's a desire to get a couple more sea cucumbers from this region, both to understand the species themselves, but also their microbiomes. We want to get a couple of zooms of that before we.
I'll just sit down real quick.
Yeah.
Good morning. Morning, Mike. How are you?
Good morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Hi.
Hi. Wash coffee indeed. Best way to start the day. Yes.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you. We'll get some nice video of this before we begin collecting.
Sea cucumbers are cool because they have some of the most developed guts of all the echinoderms.
They have what kind of guts?
Some of the most developed.
Oh, okay.
Or more complex even, I guess you could say, even though we see them as really simple.
You got the cross. Yeah.
Can we get lasers on for just a moment so we can see this? All right. Can we get a highlight or a frame grab of that with the lasers on, please?
Oh, there they are.
Yeah.
Okay, we can turn lasers off. In the background of this sea cucumber, you can also see some casings of what look like different types of worms, as well as brittle stars and a xenophyrophore. That's that frilly little brown thing in the top left corner. Question in the chat asking if we know how long these sea cucumbers live. I have no idea. That's not my area of expertise. Holly, do you know? Okay. We don't know, but we will look into that with some of our colleagues and see what others now might know. All right. Let's see. Where do we want to put this? I think we want to put this in Bio Box 3 in one of those compartments, just considering its size.
Actually, I think I'll let you get into them. Are we concentrating on that now?
That makes more sense, right?
I think for this one, probably the other one, because you're going to have to reach across to this file box, and that one hits the straight.
Yeah.
For anyone just joining us, we just began our dive here on the seafloor. We'll be down for about 8 hours today before needing to come up. I'm not sure we did full introductions yet. So in addition to myself and Juliana, who you heard at the beginning of the dive, we also have Dr. Holly Lutz in the van with us, helping to take notes. She's from the Scripps Research, as well as affiliated with the Field Museum. Driving the ROV today on the shift is Adam. And Tyler is working the manipulator today on this shift so far.
Okay.
Yeah, so little example of depth and speed, and just a gentle flow on, just so you get the good.
That's actually not so.
Okay. Just see if you can.
So again, our interest in collecting this animal specimen is both to understand the diversity of these echinoderms, sea cucumbers on the seafloor, and how they compare to other places in the Pacific, but also to understand their microbiomes and how those connect to the environment around it. There's also some interesting genetic novelty of some of the microbes in other sea cucumbers, so we'll see if those patterns are consistent across other species.
Left or right?
It doesn't matter, whatever you prefer. Animals like sea cucumbers perform important functions on the seafloor. They are incorporating sediment material, reworking that. You might need to pick it up a little bit.
You just put your arm down in the box and kind of follow it as it goes.
Yeah, just use some ball now. You know, like keep the spot size.
These guys are pretty naughty.
Yeah.
I would go for a release there.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you, Tyler.
Well,
All right. First sample of the dive so far. Okay. So if you joined us yesterday, you'll probably notice that the seafloor looks a little bit different here than it did on the other side of Tengosed. Again, the bathymetry reveals to us that this area is a little bit of a gentler slope. And as we're seeing now, this looks more like a sheet flow with sediment covering it, whereas the other side, where we were at an area where they're at the top of a mass wasting event, see that we had a lot more rubble, a lot more exposed rocks, a lot steeper terrain. We expect to get a little bit steeper as we get onto this ridge feature that's in the southern end of the summit of Tengosed. This area has a lot of different brittle stars, different species of coral. Yeah, thank you. I was just about to ask you if we could do that. Hi. Did you already get breakfast?
Okay.
Yeah? Okay. All right. Well, now that I've got the dive started, I'm going to hand it over to our next dive lead, Dr. Emily Cowell from Temple University, an expert in benthic habitats, and among other things. And I'm going to go get breakfast. I don't need this.
This is just long. My words are not working yet.
What's the
It
question?
looked like a big flat rock, whereas, never mind.
Okay. I mean, it's hard to tell with sediment on it, but this just looks like
Yeah,
a
we
sheet
just passed
flow.
over it. I should have said something.
Yeah, you'll see that because it's a sheet flow, you'll see these little ledges.
Yeah, that's what it was. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So we've already collected one sea cucumber.
So what was up with it?
And it's in the back fire box, which Oda wants us to save some space in there for her to get some larger stuff, so let's try not to put any nails in there. For now, and yeah, we're just heading to waypoint 2. Yeah.
Did you see this question back?
Yes. the answer is yes. And then it doesn't show up very well on there, but we're starting here.
Right.
And we're kind of hugging this spine back up to the summit. So
Okay.
once we get closer to like waypoint 2, waypoint 3, like that spine will become more pronounced, but it's off to our right, essentially.
Okay. Is this the same sort of area that we came up yesterday?
No, we were over here yesterday.
Oh, we were over here. Okay, sounds good. Cool, thank you.
And if we see one of the upside down bell sponges, we want to try to get a sample of it. It's too big to get the whole thing. So we can try using a manip to like grab a piece of it, put it in a coral quiver, or we can try using a slurp to like slurp off part of it.
Get a section. Okay.
But I don't think we can put the whole, if we take the whole bell, we'd have to put it in a bio box. I
Right.
don't think we need that.
Okay. Sounds good.
So yeah, if you see it,
Great. Will do. Thank you.
which we may not.
Sounds good. Okay. Great. Thank you. Cool. Which firebox did you see? Cucumber and apple?
This is in Biodiversity 3A.
Which you wanted to actually save in this firebox? Or just in the other side?
Oh, I actually wasn't listening. I'm sorry.
No.
Let's just stop it. Let's stick it, next one in a coral quiver.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ooh, there's a nice.
Oh, nice. Do you want to go and have a look at it, or you?
Should we? No, let's just keep going.
No. Okay. Sounds good.
Do you see any of those super transparent ones? You know, those like really glassy looking sea cucumbers? Those are the ones that I'm really interested in next.
Okay.
We saw a bunch yesterday. I don't know if we'll see them now. But,
Okay.
Did you see them on top or down below yesterday?
I think I saw them mostly when we were down below, so
Right.
not
Yeah, because I think we're a little bit higher than we were yesterday.
yeah.
Yes, we'll see whether we see
No
those.
worries.
Okay.
Lots of sea ferns.
Yeah. Loads of brittle stars as well. Ooh. Whee. Little Gallophaid swimming away there. Can we have a quick zoom on that shrimp to see if it's the same as the ones we were seeing yesterday? Just unless it moves. Which I don't think it is, but
Oh, yes, it is. So it's more of those Nematocar cyanid, the long leg shrimp that we were seeing lots of yesterday. So that's interesting. Great, thank you. Yeah, for the question in the chat, we're definitely still on the lookout for octopus. As Holly said, we didn't see any yesterday. We also didn't see any evidence of fluid discharge, but again, we're still on the lookout for it. From the evidence we've seen so far, Tengosed Seamount looks to more likely be an area of fluid recharge, where seawater is actually going down into the sediment and into the crust in this area. But you never know. You might still see small areas of fluid discharge on the seamount, so we're going to keep an eye out for that. And yesterday we came up the eastern flank of the seamount, I think, onto the top. So we were moving up these very steep areas. Do you want to have a look at that sea cucumber?
Yeah, can we just take a look?
Yeah. Can we go over and have a look at that sea cucumber, please? Thank you.
I think it's the same one we just collected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You think it looks the same? Okay. You don't need a zoom or anything, really? No? Okay. I think we're good. I think that's the one we just got. Thank you. Yep, so last dive we came up the eastern flank of the seamount from the base onto the top of the seamount. So we were going up a lot of very steep areas. We were seeing a lot of coral and sponges and a lot of broken coral from corals that had likely been damaged by falling rocks, that had sort of snapped off those fairly fragile pillow basalts. But today we're more actually on the top of the seamount already. That's where we've started. And we're heading up to the very peak of the seamount. So much flatter areas, quite different to what we were seeing yesterday so far. There's a sea pen.
Yeah.
Hello.
Our sea pens.
Yeah, sea pens. Yeah, thank you.
My favorite is.
Yeah, so these long, thin structures here are sea pens.
We should add the sea pen at the button. I am, and it's just like extra time.
Easy to put it there.
I'll
So
test
there
it.
are many.
Yeah.
Over here, would be the nice to have some plants to grow it up. They are very cute, so very difficult to put it there.
Yeah, do they count as just a cup of coral?
They're my dinner.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I was thinking they were coral at the beginning and not at the end.
They are medallions, they are different. There are also corals. Thing is that there is a good concepts in isolation that are the systems. They seem like all different species now.
Yeah, they're interesting.
Like this.
Yeah, that's
Huge.
yeah, that. Another sea cucumber there if you're interested in having a look.
We've gotten this one before.
Okay, sounds good. Cool.
Maybe the next one, whatever it is, we can take a little zoom.
Sounds good. It's just an insert of how the surface conditions are looking today. Much better than the last couple of days. Very flat. Not that it's been terrible weather the last few days. It's been pretty good weather overall on this cruise. We've been lucky so far. Do you know if the state had much done with it, or it was just photographed yesterday?
It was recovered. I
Yeah.
don't think we've looked at it.
I think it was just photographed and preserved.
Oh, yeah.
As far as I'm aware.
I'm sure that's all that was done.
Yeah.
Look at that. No hands.
How'd you do that?
Looks like we're coming up to some sort of flat rock structure over here. See if there's anything interesting on it. As someone was saying in the chat, we saw quite a lot of skate yesterday. On the way up the side of the seamount, we actually found what appeared to be a lot of skate eggs in various sections of the dive, but particularly towards the end of the dive. We did collect one. So as far as I'm aware, that's been photographed and preserved probably at this point, and it'll be looked at once we're back on shore. Looks like a few more corals here. Maybe some xenos as well. Mm. Yeah, it looks just like a coral with a star on it, but I could be wrong.
And just seeing that they're all like really pairs.
Yeah.
That's not really hard.
We can have a little zoom of one. Yeah.
It's actually different. I wonder. So it's just covered in the gold stars.
Could we have a little zoom of this sort of coral cluster just here? Thank you.
This looks like the sponge that we collected yesterday.
Okay.
Oh no, it's not.
Yeah, it looks like. Yeah, it looks like a crinoid on the ground in front of it. And then maybe a couple of types of coral with brittle stars. From what I can tell. That is cool. Great, thank you.
Some of these are really funny.
That's a really good name for skate.
Flapjack.
Flapjack, that would be cool. So flapjack's a different thing over here. What is a flapjack in the US?
I think it's still a pancake.
Oh,
a
it's not a
pancake.
pancake in the UK.
Oh, what is it?
It's like a tray bake made of like oats.
A tray bake?
Yeah.
Oh, like you spread it out on a.
Collect now? Can you collect?
The whole thing, like both of them, or a sniff of the two.
From the base,
From the
you
base?
can.
Yeah.
Okay, the whole thing. You
Okay.
can.
You want in the? Are they?
So every time we go to the
Yeah. Do you want in both types of coral?
Yes, the two types.
Yeah.
But also it has these little amphipods, right?
Yes, I think they are.
Yeah, this is like a whole ecosystem.
Yeah.
Those seems like swamp.
Oh, really?
Sponges.
Another part.
Looks like the one that's the front one.
Yeah.
Oh,
So should we put this in?
yes, but we can
Will this fit in?
we need a close up.
Yeah, we'll get the zoom and the
The coral, the
Yes.
red coral, very good close up
Okay.
first. And then,
you want the scale lasers on and off as
yes,
well?
yes,
Yes.
Have
Okay.
we gotten the lasers as well? Will it fit in here or do we need to put it in
I
that?
think it's not that big. I think it can go in.
Are these for rocks?
There.
This in a quiver? Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we can see when we've got the lasers on. See how big it is.
This is divided into.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll text
Nice.
her. She told us that we didn't. Yeah.
That's kind of fell. Yeah.
Oh, for the bell. Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yes, so this one, I think that we can have it in the quiver.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Could we also have the scale lasers on as well, just so we can get? Oh, they are. Great. Oh yeah. So it's like 20
Yes, you can.
centimeters, something like that. It's not too big. So you're saying the white one looks like zoanthids and the red one looks like coral?
It's a bracket, some bracket that are there.
Mhm.
And there's
Oh, nice.
and the red thing is the coral.
Yeah. Great.
Zoom one more time, like in on. I guess we could do it once it's collected, but I just want to see
yeah, we
these are the amp.
Uh huh. Yeah, it's really nice.
Yeah.
This one, the antler and stuff, we need this one.
I'm trying to focus on the one in the back.
The genus sweet.
Would we be able to shift focus onto the white one?
This is the sweet thing. This is the sweet thing.
The
Octopus.
one in the front,
Yes,
the red one. Oh wow. Yeah.
Genus that I will use.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Maybe it's a different species.
Mhm.
Yeah. So this red was kind of sleeping.
So these are good close-ups. We should go through the culture
Yeah.
now.
Great. Okay. We'd like to try and collect this whole clump of things. Yeah.
But if you can do a close up of the polyp, a
Of
better
the
close up,
red ones.
that get very,
Okay.
very open with these guys.
Yes, they do. They never look quite the same once they're on the surface. Is that a good close up for you?
I think you can do closer.
That's full in on
Is that
Fast.
possible?
Okay.
Oda. There. Yeah. We'll have to wait for the microscope.
To do the identification too.
Oh, here we go. We can shift a bit closer. Thank you. Oh, there we go. Is that better? Yeah, I think that's as far in as they. Can zoom from here.
The arrangement of the asperites in some pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And this can
Yeah. Okay.
That's why they start right to the so I'm choose.
Okay. You happy with that? You're thinking in a coral quiver? You're thinking in a coral quiver?
Yes, I think so.
Too large for coral quiver, right? Because it's like 20 centimeters across, isn't it?
It's really okay.
Yeah, this one that would be too big for
We can ask them.
the whole thing.
But they do know.
Yeah, they're saying that it would be a bit big for a coral quiver.
Just hit the bottom and just move it up.
If they think that it fits in the queue,
Yeah, he just said it was probably too big for one of the coral quivers.
so you just use the otherwise.
Like it's
He said that it's big for the queue.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah,
How big? It's not that big.
2.5 times a second and a half.
So I suppose it's 20, but then
20
also
is
like
this.
20 that way.
20 is no.
Because
it's
the-
20
the-
centimeters. The
20
weight.
centimeters is like this. in my
Yeah.
mind,
But
because I
the-
use it for scale.
Oh
when I'm
wait,
diving.
those are centimeters.
He said-
I was. I was like,
No,
I don't
it's
know
very
why you're
different.
thinking-
He said 20 centimeters.
Yeah.
Okay, it's like
Something like
this.
that. But it's also probably 20 centimeters high, and I think the diameter of the quiver is only about 10 centimeters. So I don't know if it's
But
more
you can
that
do
way.
like this.
I can squeeze in.
It's because I would like to keep it, to save this for something big.
Okay.
So would you rather try and put it in the coral quiver even if it got a bit squished?
Whole thing.
Yes, because it can do that like this.
Okay.
We're
Put it
discussing
like this.
whether this fits in a coral quiver.
It's because I would like to save the bigger.
Yeah.
That's what it's for.
Do you think it would?
But I don't think we have to take the whole bell. We could just take a small piece and put it in the coral quiver. So if you want to use the bar box for this.
Maybe you got that small piece, the big strong.
So you won't be the.
No, I understand. I understand.
Yeah, okay, but this one is not that big. I think it can go in.
Okay.
Like if you're not bothered about it being kind of squished. When you,
I don't mind if they do it like this, but not if they do it like this. So I'm not sure. If it fits. If it's there.
it's like coral gymnastics.
Yeah, but if
More like coral origami.
Fold it up, put it in the
doesn't fit in the quiver, we can use the biomass. Because it's
Also, so the sea cucumbers, like, they don't need to stay separate from things. I'm interested in the gut. I don't know.
no, but I need the coral separate.
Yeah, okay. Oh, right. But I'm just saying, like, for sea cucumber collection, we can pile some up in here. They're not flying out, so
Okay.
there's plenty of room
So
for.
you decide, this is important for me because I'm working with you.
Okay.
So it's important that we have this sorted. And so always
Either like little cryptic thingies. It's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, if it doesn't fit in the coral quiver, then it just
Yes,
go in the
yes,
bio
okay.
box.
Okay. Do you mind if I oh, no, okay.
You want to try
I can hop in and take notes.
Maybe we can hold it up next to the coral
Yeah,
quiver
yeah.
and then do it. Assess it from there, if that would work. Okay, but the backup bio box would be freebie. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Non-porch.
Thank you.
Yeah. Did we get zooms with lasers on and off?
Yes. We've got zoom to the polyps and a full view with lasers on and off.
So you want a shot with the lasers and a zoom?
I think we've already had that shot. Yes, I think we did. I'm not sure whether we took screen grabs of it, but we definitely had that shot already. But you could always do another one if you want to take screen grabs. Okay, yeah, maybe we can actually just check that we have the screen grabs for that before we. Yeah, if we can kind of get the whole thing in frame, maybe, and then also put the lasers on.
Good. Lasers are supposedly going.
Oh. Oh yeah, I see them. Yeah, that should be good there, I think. Yeah. Oh, little, slightly back.
Too far?
There we go. That's perfect.
I still can't see the lasers.
I think that right.
Oh, over there. Okay.
Yeah.
Going colorblind? Do I have COVID blindness? Is that a thing?
Okay, lasers off, please.
Okay, so Nancy-
Yeah. If we could have the lasers off now, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you.
And then, okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're good to sample that now. Thank you. We're trying for the whole thing, both organisms. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm taking notes for the next minutes. I need to run up to the bathroom.
So this is a mix of things. It's some zoanthids, it's brittle stars on a coral. Looks like there's even an anemone in there, maybe. Oh. Yeah, I would say that's too big for a coral.
I would agree with you. Yeah, it's gonna go in this.
Yeah.
What I thought I might fit in quiver.
I think the reality of that is it probably needs to go in a bio box.
I think that is the reality.
Yeah, I think so.
Go in there, but it's gonna get down.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, so I think BioBox 3B would be the best if that's possible.
There's no way that's fitting in a quiver.
No.
Right, 3D.
Okay. Two box the science camera a little bit. See next to your
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
And then I'll let you get the bio boxes open.
Okay. Okay, that's back.
Yeah, it's definitely not called quiver appropriate.
Yeah, I'm not very experienced in ROV things, but I do have spatial awareness.
Yeah,
Ready?
I think it was worth having a look, but I think that's quite big when you see it like that.
Yeah.
It's very 3D.
Yeah, and we've seen that they don't exactly drop like a,
Yeah,
like a
that's amazing though. It's a great sample.
to get really good photos of that one.
Yeah, it's just a bit of everything there.
Oh, it's like it was made for that box.
He spent his whole life growing up
Just waiting to be put in this box.
thinking, I want to be just the right size for
BioBox 3B.
Here, I can switch with you. I was
It's fulfilled all of its dreams.
You do, oh, there's two.
It's funny.
Oh, sorry. You didn't live the.
thousands of years.
I put it in the, okay. So we do
Once
the
aspiration.
full like diet.
I think I hear it. Like, yeah, I did it.
It's celebrating.
You do the like.
My life is
the
complete
diet
now.
biology,
I'll get it in there.
and then, but I
Closing the
forgot.
Bible.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's part of you guys, like,
Box closed.
this is a lot.
Porch. Oh wait, we have to close. Quiver
It's not a jelly.
or not.
I'll just throw it on.
I mean, yeah, it's just.
Might be able to use that again in case they want to use that bio
Also looks
box.
like it was maybe an anemone on there.
Is there anything else in this area that you want to collect before we cap this
maybe-
quiver?
Nothing obvious. Can we maybe pan up a sec and have a quick look around? But I don't think there was anything I spotted.
Okay.
No, it doesn't look like it. Thank you.
Okay. We'll do a little porch. We're gonna do simultaneous rack and porch. Bam.
Efficiency. Are you just having the coral quibbler just rest on there for a while? Might as well.
So
Okay.
I'll be the first one to use.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good.
Alright.
Cool.
Which
Okay.
way are we going? We're going that way.
Heading up
Uphill.
towards waypoint 2.
Okay.
Thank you.
Here we go.
Yeah, that was an excellent sample. There's thought that the orange coral on there is a genus that one of the collaborators on our cruise is working on. And there were so many other things involved there. It was like a little whole little ecosystem in one, so a very good collection.
Use the chair, maybe we'll do it. There we go.
I keep pushing the arms forward. I'm thinking I've snapped the whole arm off this chair by accident.
Destroy.
Second I get up, I come and destroy everything. Oh, hi, little guy. Looks like some more sea cucumbers and a sea star. We were seeing a lot of sea stars yesterday on the slopes, we noticed. We haven't seen as many on the top so far. Mostly been brittle star, the ophiuroids.
Do we know what these little spherical? I think that's Xenos. I think so. I haven't looked at those, but they seem standard. You know what it is? It's just one cell. What? It's one cell. Yeah. What? So, it's not for it's xenophobia. Xenophobia. Oh.
What's a xenophobia?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's
Yeah, or a minute.
oh, so it's a huge form.
Yes.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's trying to find like
One of the previous dive.
No, I mean, that's expedition.
Oh, okay.
That's like the
That's really cool. Should
Yeah.
we like collect some in this slurp chamber?
no, they're really
Delicate.
yeah. The way that we are collecting them because we have already maybe a couple is with the fish hooks.
Okay.
So it
But you
stays
got
in the-
some from this.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. That makes sense.
We're just discussing these little sort of circular rock-looking things on the ground that are not, in fact, rocks. They're xenophyrophores. So they're actually a single-celled organism. They're foraminiferan, and they form these sort of interesting, sort of spongy-looking clusters, although they're not spongy. And we were saying on the previous expedition to this area back in 2017, 2018, 2019, to slightly further south from here, some of these were collected and that we were finding fish eggs and all sorts of things inside of them. So, yeah, very interesting. Another sea cucumber if you're interested. Can we have a quick look at this pink sea cucumber? Just a quick zoom of it to see what it looks like.
That'd be nice to.
I think that's the same as we collected
I think so. But it looks less spotty. The one we got yesterday was not a great specimen. Or yeah, I mean it's still valuable, but we can move on now.
Oh, you think we can move on? You're not so impressed with this stuff?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna
Okay.
hold out because we're like 3 minutes.
Yeah, we're good to move on. Thank you. Probably turn the lasers off as well. Thank you. Yeah. It's showing some more another sea pen. Oh, look, does that look like a black hole?
There's a black hole. Okay. Yeah, it's a black hole. A sign.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have some more little corals up here. There's a black coral up to the top left of the screen as well. Yeah, we know what it is though. Apparently it's Bathybathus. We've seen a few of these around so far. Yeah, they're interesting. You can see here a better view of those xenophyrophores, those sort of circular rock-looking things that are actually the foraminifera. Oh, thank you. Another of these big long sea pens. Oh, another sea cucumber coming into view if you're interested.
That's the one we just had.
Oh, okay, okay. So we can probably move on from that. Why not? So we've already got a sample of that sea cucumber. Yeah, it's quite different in terms of the community composition to what we were seeing on the slope of the seamount. from yesterday. With this being the top of the seamount, this is quite a lot shallower as well than a lot of the areas we were in yesterday. We started off right at the base of the seamount. Loads of the ophiuroid brittle stars. Lots more than we were seeing yesterday on the slope, certainly. From what I remember, it was mostly sea stars, asteroid sea stars yesterday on the actual slopes. Tiny little sea urchin there as well. It's cute. Another cute. Can we go and have a look at this one? Can we go and have a look at this sea cucumber, please? Top left. Thank you. Very pretty. Does this look like one you've sampled before?
I'm not sure. It looks similar to one we've had, but I want to collect it, but since I think we're limited on space, I'm like worried about packing them in too strong now. But maybe we could just put it in the same box. Yeah.
Would that work in terms of? I suppose they look quite different.
Yeah.
The surface, you would be able to tell which surface.
Yeah. I wish Sergio were here. Give me one.
Maybe just while we're sat here, we can sit down and have a zoom of it and put the lasers on and off and things. Even if you don't end up collecting it, it might be useful for someone. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I think we can move on. Yeah.
You want to move on? Or you
Yeah,
want
let's
to...
move on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think we're good then. I think they've decided. Maybe you already got this one. Thank you. So we can probably put the lasers off now.
Yeah, I think unless we see the one that's different from these two that we're seeing, don't worry about it, and then I'll wait for Sergio to kind of have his input.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's hard to have limited space
Yeah.
and time. Because it'd be great to have replicas as
Going on?
well. Yeah.
Are you here?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know what I'm doing. I didn't push
Yeah.
all the buttons.
I'm not
Sweet.
worried about it.
That's what I'm doing.
That's how I figure things out. Hope you're ready for that.
Oh, I'm ready for it. I don't know if she's ready for it.
Probably have to fix all the problems. What are we getting ready for?
She's gonna push all the buttons.
Ah, nice. Okay.
That's how you figure out what they do.
Yeah, sounds good. That's what I do. Looks like we're coming up onto waypoint 2 now. It just guides us across the. There is a sea cucumber there, although I think it's the same as the first one.
Yeah.
Okay. Big anemone coming up as well.
Nice.
Cool.
Take some pictures of that.
Yeah. The anemone, or the it was also whatever this yellow thing is here.
That's fine.
Can we pause here a second and have a look at some of these? Thank you.
Which one are we looking at?
This anemone and maybe also the yellow. I'm not sure if it's coral or the little thing in front of it. Have a little zoom on both. Oh, that's interesting. Looks a bit like those Take that, that's a good look.
Yeah.
It looks like, well, we saw some the other day where they were,
Yeah, I think
it almost looks like individual polyps growing on the rocks.
yeah, but they have 8. So I think that would be a solonifer and the coral maybe. Unless other. And there's also something white under there. But I'm not really sure because it was really hard. I don't know if it's a Argentinian or something.
Oh, this thing you can see on this screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Okay,
can
this is
we
like
can zoom across
picture.
there as well.
So this is
Maybe just while we're here, can we have the
Yeah.
lasers on as well?
Here come the lasers. Watch out.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah, those are soloniferans. As I was saying, like the yellow ones,
Yeah.
it's a kind of the coral that is connected by the zipper,
Ah.
like with a tissue.
Yeah.
So Oda says that if we can collect that, please.
Yeah.
It
Okay.
would be kind of hard.
Yeah. How would we? So if they're individual polyps, we just
No, they are connected.
right. Okay.
They seem individual, but they are connected.
So if you were to pull one up, others would come up as well. Or?
Maybe.
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 Guess we can see.
Stoloniferon? Is that what-
Solonifer of the coral. Yeah.
Stolonifer.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So let me ask.
So they're connected by like little filaments that go across the top of the rock, or
Sorry.
are they connected by little filaments that go across the top of
Yeah.
the rock?
Yeah, they connected tissue. Yeah.
I wonder if you could break the rock off a little.
That would be amazing.
Would that
but I'm not sure.
work? Do you think, or
The pointer thingy here. Oh, sorry. Like, I wonder if the rock could crack along this.
do you think it would be possible? Or
Because I don't.
See if it will go.
yeah,
A lot of these rocks have been pretty crumbly.
At least I try.
sure.
We'll go in and have a look about.
Yeah. So we're gonna try and collect this. I'm saying it looks like a stoloniferan, which I'm being told are connected kind of along the surface of the rock by little filaments. They look like individual polyps, but they are connected. So we're going to attempt to see if I think it's like this.
Ah, okay.
Let me see if the rock looks brittle, like it could break. It's difficult though. That looks like quite a big chunk of rock. It's not particularly an overhang or anything. It's just pushing the sub back. Yeah, I'm not sure whether that looks like that's gonna.
Try and level off this a little bit. Front computer, but
Uh-huh.
see.
Or, there's another, yeah, this is an interesting one. It's a coral, and I think there's a top coral on the left. Okay. But we haven't taken closer. It might be better to do this with a slurp. Yeah. But the other thing I wanted to mention, so we wanted to prioritize sampling closer to the summit because we didn't do much on the summit yesterday because we filled up everything deeper.
Okay.
So
We
after
get
this,
this and then just keep going.
unless it's something amazing,
Yeah, and maybe the just coral because we are not sure if we will see that later.
Okay.
It was really easy. It's just a poly.
Yeah.
Really
Okay.
hard.
Sounds good. And you're
Okay.
thinking this would be better with a slip?
well, I don't know how well it's
Possibly.
going to come up like this.
No, I don't think the rock's
I don't
gonna
think it's
break. No.
Yeah, I think this would.
Try and slurp up.
Anything that
Yeah.
could potentially go in the slurps, we should.
Would be better in the
because
slurps.
real estate on the basket is in
Sounds
high
good.
demand.
Okay. Sounds good.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Are you happy that we got all the views that we need?
Yeah. Suppose recolectamos el oro, el top coral y que adiós para no llenar la caja al principio y esperar en la cima a ver qué nos encontramos.
Are you happy that we got all the views that we needed as well? You didn't need another close up of the polyps or anything
I
before
think
we-
you already had some good
I think we've got-
pictures, right?
I think we do, yeah. And I think we got it with the lasers on and off as well.
Turn on unicorn. So it's like one of the best bet.
How do we know if we're lined up on the bucket?
There's a camera
What waypoint are we in?
there, but it doesn't.
We're right around waypoint 2 right now.
It's going in? Okay.
So Beth was saying after this we'll keep going after this.
So we're on number 2.
Yeah, we're right around waypoint 2 right now.
All right. Following you.
Lo bueno es que lo pueden como ir rompiendo.
Do we know which slip chip is? Are we lined up with
The
2?
idea-
We're lined
the
up in
idea
two,
would be
yeah.
like trying to scratch the coral and also slurp it.
Okay. Yes. Saying it might be best to try and sort of scrape the coral off as you're slurping it, maybe?
Yeah.
So it would be on slip number 2. Yeah. Let's see if this works.
Do I need to get closer?
Yeah, I think you need to sort of scrape along the base of the corals.
Yeah, maybe if we can change the heading so I can get a better run up the side of it.
Yep. Yeah, I'll come around.
Coming
Around
in.
this way.
Yeah.
Exactly, yeah.
You can see
Mm-hmm.
it came in.
Oh, yeah.
How's that?
Yeah.
All right. Come down. Yes. All right. I'm there. Camera view. All right. What's going on? Come on, baby. There. You know you wanna.
I'm not sure they do. Can't blame them really. Oh, there's one, definitely.
sueltos, sueltos que salen por la parte superior. O sea, así. Ese es el problema.
Something else.
Yeah,
Bonus.
that was complete volunteer, like left field.
But it's just like this, and if I push it too much, it's gonna slip and
I just
just.
feel like we just.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. Oh, they're closed. Okay.
Oh, another one. Yeah.
The problem is that they might go out through the sea,
Mm-hmm.
which is, I think that's what's happening.
Oh, they're actually going through the mesh on the.
Yeah.
Oh, really? I thought there was something lying at the bottom of. I don't know what it is.
That's a nice coral.
All right, Greg, do you want to come finish up? Yeah, I'll stop. Thank you.
I think it's not working.
That's a tough one. Yeah, we need it on a loose block.
Yeah.
Well, you had a lunch there. That was looking promising.
Yeah. It's well attached.
Mm. Are you wanting to keep trying, or? I don't know if they stayed in the slip, but it seemed like there was two that went in.
Scrape it up with this
So,
scoop.
do you think with the scoop will work?
Oh, there's another one.
Bueno, dice que tal vez con la cuchara.
3 of them have gone. Yeah.
Do you think that maybe it would work with a scoop?
What do you guys think?
Because it's on the rock. I mean,
Yeah, it will be the same.
It'd be the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is,
I mean, like a few went in there. Yeah.
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 there's
There's
a couple more.
yeah. There's a few have gone in there now. Do you think that seems like enough, or do you want to keep going?
Sorry?
Does that seem like it would be enough, or do you want to keep going and get more?
If we can try everything,
Try and get the whole
Yeah.
colony, pretty much.
maybe they will be pretty damaged.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so to comment more on the scoop, you scoop and scrape, but then
They
Yeah,
float
they're
some
away.
bite and
Yeah.
the current
Yeah.
might take them away, so.
True.
take it off there, try to keep this close to this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. This looks like a tough one. Oh, oh there's one at least.
No, I think we should take a closer look if we want the full thing.
Just before we move on,
Mhm.
have a good image of the.
Oh, yeah.
Of the anemone?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Do you want the lasers and things as well?
With laces and without laces.
Okay, sounds good.
Come on.
Give up. Oh, there we go. That was a chunk of them. They're really well attached.
There it is.
Yeah. A nice sediment sample for someone as well.
And be the person that's to dig through all.
Y quiere incorporar después.
Do we think that's good enough for these?
Yeah.
For these? Yeah. Looks like the rest of them are gonna be difficult to get off the edge.
I think the
Well, we're
the cup coral would be slurp.
this cup coral here
Yeah.
in the same chamber or a different chamber? Different chamber. Okay. Yeah. So if we could also just before we collect it have a sort of lasers on and off, and then zoom in on this cup coral. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Is that as far as in as in zoom?
Oh, I just wanted to keep.
Oh, okay, with the lasers in. Yeah.
How's that?
That's a closer up with the lasers on.
But it's
It-
out of
it's-
frame.
Oh, it's out of frame a little bit for you, like that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Excellent. It's up on
Okay.
Oh yes.
And now centered in Zoom.
Yeah, we could please. Thank you.
These look like they're on. They're grabbing the rock.
It could be a huge rock.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Beautiful.
So I think these rocks seem like they're quite flat.
Uh-huh.
But it's just.
Like when you suck the sediment off that one, it looked like quite a big sort of rolling slab almost. Might be the same. Yeah.
How do you,
As a cup coral.
so,
So it's on one of these, so if you flip to the other manifold. It says IND, IND.
oh, index.
Yeah.
Okay. So when we tested it this morning, we turned off clockwise rotation.
The waypoint. We're at waypoint 2 right now.
Let me see.
That was-
Oh,
it seemed like,
Jammed up.
yeah, it seemed like trying to go clockwise and it just went smooth.
Yeah. I mean, you can try and index it now, but you've got to be like really like slow on it, so that it doesn't just jerk.
Yeah.
That's what gets it jammed up. Nice.
So is that, how do I know if it's lined up?
I think it just, once it goes, it'll just, yeah, it'll find its
Okay.
next position.
Okay.
I believe you're there.
All right.
That'll be, number 3.
And
Yeah.
number three,
So this sample is going to go into sample
So we
3.
just put that stuff in number 2,
Alright,
So that would be.
index them over to number 3
Three.
next.
Great, thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's not gonna be okay.
You good to slip sample this one as well?
Oh, for this?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is one, so you can scratch it. Start.
Thank you.
You could reach over to that.
Yeah.
Are you wanting to be in there?
So how fast are we supposed to?
I think after this, she wants us to kind of, yeah, like prioritize getting up to the
Alright.
surface,
To
to the top. I think.
Thank you.
So like waypoint 3, I think.
Yeah.
Good morning. We are making a shift change here in the control room. So that was Emily Cowell from England, and this is Beatriz Naranjo from the University of Costa Rica. Good morning, everyone. So right now we are collecting a small cup coral. It's the first cup coral that we see in the whole expedition. Buenos días,
Am I supposed to click it?
pura vida. Esta es Beatriz Naranjo de la Universidad de Costa Rica y parte del colectivo Pélagos. Es un honor estar aquí hoy desde la sala de control del ROV SuBastian. Estamos explorando el monte submarino Tengosed, que como les explicamos ayer, pero para los que no se conectaron, literalmente significa Tengosed porque se cree que es un punto o se tiene evidencia de que es un punto de carga de agua que entra por la roca hacia la corteza terrestre, que es una de las principales investigaciones que estamos llevando a cabo aquí a bordo con el equipo interdisciplinario que tenemos.
Acabamos de recolectar un octocoral, el octocoral amarillo que vieron. Es un tipo de coral que, como su nombre lo indica, tiene 8 tentáculos y aunque parecían individuos separados, en realidad son una colonia que está unida por un estolón, como por un tipo de tejido que los conecta. Fue una colecta un poco difícil, pero bueno, esperamos que algunos pólipos vengan intactos para poder identificarlos correctamente. Y ahorita estamos haciendo una recolección de un coral duro, un escleractinio, no colonial, es un individuo que está solo. Está emparentado con los corales duros, que son los que la mayoría de las personas conocen, que forman arrecifes. En este caso no forman arrecifes, ya que es solo uno, pero sí es el primero que observamos en toda la expedición, probablemente por la profundidad a la que hemos estado muestreando y el pH, que no es conveniente para estos organismos en aguas más profundas. Aquí en la sala tenemos al doctor Jorge Cortés, que ha trabajado mucho con corales, principalmente con corales de aguas someras, pero en los últimos años también ha trabajado con corales de profundidad. Y tenemos a la doctora Dalis Cabridi, que es la especialista nacional en el grupo de los octocorales.
Must be sitting on a rock or something. Yeah, it's teetering.
Vamos a intentarlo otra vez. A la par del coral duro tenemos también un tipo de cirripedio o lepas.
This looks like a rock.
Yeah.
Oh my.
Whoa. Popped out, but I think we got it.
Yeah,
You got it?
it went in.
All right.
It went in, yeah. But
Okay, okay.
it popped out. I don't know what happened.
Gracias. Sí. So after this we want to keep moving to the next waypoint. En la imagen justo abajo del ROV del brazo estamos viendo un organismo que se conoce como xenofióforo. Es bastante interesante porque es una sola célula, un solo organismo con un montón de núcleos. Hemos recolectado algunos en la expedición anterior del 2019. Encontramos inclusive huevos de peces, por lo que son organismos que otorgan mucho hábitat para otras especies.
See it in that.
It's hard to tell. It was a-
They went in there, like,
Yeah, it definitely went into the tube. I saw it go in to the end there.
whether or not it made it all the way through into the.
And, you know,
Yeah, I'm seeing some questions on the chat about the heat flow measurements, and that's right. We tried to, so it's not a target for this place because it's really rocky. So we will do that in some next dives. Probablemente sí, se cayó.
we're gonna back up just a little bit and see if it's in the works, just in case.
En el
Yeah, it
chamber.
definitely is in the tube, or in the hose, or somewhere
somewhere.
in something.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we're lucky. I mean, it's scooped. Scooped right
Bueno,
off.
esperamos que
Literally
el
off the
coral
top.
haya entrado a la
I
cámara.
don't know. It's
Hay unos pequeños tubos que es lo que conecta a este succionador que nos permite muestrear organismos pequeños. En el fondo vemos bastantes estrellas quebradizas que están ahí alimentándose de materia orgánica que está en el sedimento. También vemos otro cop coral, pepinos. Seguimos. Okay. So now we'll be heading towards our next waypoint. We are trying to reach the summit of Tengosed Seamount. Yesterday we had a really exciting dive close to the summit. We saw probably 3-4 rays during the whole dives, the Pacific white skate, and it was really exciting to find the eggs of these rays, of these skates. So stay with us until the summit. I'm sure we will find some interesting things up there. Ahorita vamos a seguir nuestra ruta hacia la cima del monte Tengosed. Ayer tuvimos un buceo bastante emocionante, encontramos varios individuos, tanto machos como hembras, de la raya blanca del Pacífico, una especie que ha tenido pocos avistamientos, obviamente por falta de exploración, y poco a poco vamos conociendo más estas especies. Fue bastante emocionante encontrar las cápsulas. Estas rayas ponen cápsulas. Hay algunas otras rayas que más bien son ovivíparas, es decir, paren rayas bebés. En este caso ellas ponen cápsulas en el fondo. Y desde el inicio del buceo, pero principalmente en la cima, encontramos muchas cápsulas. Entonces parece que es un sitio bastante importante para la crianza de estas rayas de profundidad, de las que apenas estamos conociendo. Hace algunos años se encontró en Galápagos un criadero de rayas también en aguas profundas. Entonces a nivel regional es emocionante ver cómo la tecnología nos permite ir conociendo la biología de especies que viven tan profundo. Tenemos nuevamente muchas sulfuras o estrellas quebradizas en el fondo. Lo que vemos a la izquierda es una pluma de mar, probablemente de la familia Lipteridae. Estas son bastante grandes y son más grandes de lo que vemos, ya que tienen una buena parte de su cuerpo enterrado en el sedimento. Están emparentadas con los octocorales. Y lo que les comentaba de los xenofióforos, aquí en pantalla tenemos bastantes xenofióforos, son estas bolitas negras que se ven en todo el fondo, con textura irregular. Y bueno, mientras vamos avanzando, me gustaría comentarles un poco sobre el equipo científico costarricense que tenemos aquí para todos los ticos y ticas que nos están viendo. Somos 9 costarricenses a bordo, 7 somos del equipo científico, en nuestra mayoría somos de biología marina. También tenemos una geóloga a bordo de la Escuela de Geología. Tenemos a Celeste Sánchez del CIMAR, a Alice Cabridi del CIMAR y del CIEMIC de la UCR, también a su estudiante Wendolyn Matamoros. Ellas dos, Alice y Wendy, están trabajando con los octocorales y corales negros. Celeste se especializa en estudios de acidificación oceánica, toma muestras de agua para analizar nutrientes y para realizar experimentos sobre acidificación oceánica. Como les comentaba, tenemos a una geóloga, María Sandoval, que está trabajando principalmente con la mineralogía y con la caracterización de microorganismos que viven en los sedimentos. Tenemos también a Jorge Cortés, que ya les he comentado sobre su experiencia con corales principalmente, pero ha sido pues una persona clave para ir desarrollando las ciencias marinas de nuestro país y en los últimos años apoyando la investigación de aguas profundas. Y tenemos a Sergio Cambronero de la Universidad Nacional del Departamento de Oceanografía. Sergio es biólogo con un interés en...
No, it's that, no.
¿No?
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
It's so pretty. I just want to take a look.
Okay. Como les comentaba, Sergio está encargado del estudio más hidrográfico, oceanográfico de la expedición. Y a bordo tenemos también a Carlos Hiller, que es un artista costarricense argentino.
Yeah.
That's nice, the poop, the sea cucumber. Yeah. Thank you. Carlos Hiller ha estado realizando unas ilustraciones, unas pinturas increíbles sobre todo lo que observamos y ha sido bastante inspirador tener aquí artistas a bordo con nosotros. Históricamente los artistas han sido muy importantes en las expediciones científicas. Antes era la única manera que había de ir llevando un registro gráfico de todo lo que se observaba. Ahora tenemos pues toda esta tecnología, pero no por eso el arte deja de ser algo bastante importante. Nos permite como comunicar de mejor forma hacia otras personas que no conocen nuestro mar profundo. Y además de Carlos, que es artista, tenemos también a Esteban Herrera del SINAC, que está a bordo como observador, pero nos está ayudando muchísimo en todo el procesamiento de muestras. Y en mi caso, yo me encargo más del análisis de videos. Estamos realizando anotaciones con algunos software que nos permiten conectar la información de los buceos a las imágenes y a los videos que tenemos para llevar todo de forma ordenada. Estamos intentando realizar que las anotaciones nos sirvan para alimentar algoritmos de Machine Learning para poder usar inteligencia artificial para que nos ayude a analizar tantas horas de video. Es una prueba que estamos haciendo, es algo bastante reciente, bastante nuevo en nuestro caso, sobre todo tenerlo aquí a bordo. Entonces es parte de todo el trabajo que está haciendo el equipo costarricense, que está bastante orgulloso y trabajando fuerte por estar acá representando a todo nuestro país. Seguimos viendo plumas, como ven hay bastante sedimento sobre la roca, toda la roca que estamos viendo son basaltos, es básicamente lava que se enfría, que se produjo en la dorsal del Pacífico Oriental. La dorsal del Pacífico Oriental, para quienes no la conocen, es un sitio de divergencia de placas tectónicas que conforme se van separando permiten el ascenso de magma. Entonces básicamente lava que va formando nueva corteza terrestre. Conforme se va enfriando, va también migrando con el movimiento de las placas. Así que es interesante tener estas estructuras aquí abajo frente a nuestras costas de Guanacaste. Si tienen alguna pregunta, pueden dejarla en el chat. sea de Facebook o YouTube. Vemos muchos camarones de estos rojos que tienen algunas prolongaciones bastante largas y es normal verlos nadando cerca del fondo y también en la columna de agua. Al fondo a la derecha estamos viendo un macrúrido. En inglés se les conoce como rat tails o grenadiers. Se cree que es uno de los peces en conjunto más abundantes del planeta, ya que son bastante comunes en aguas profundas. We are seeing better now. Ahora más temprano recolectamos uno de esos pepinos que estábamos observando. Si no me equivoco, es del género Paniquia. Hemos observado muchísimos pepinos de mar a lo largo de la expedición. Como les comentaba, es una señal de que esos sedimentos están enriquecidos con materia orgánica, también por todas las fibras que estamos observando. Estos sedimentos se enriquecen con nieve marina que cae desde la superficie hasta el fondo. Estamos en una zona de mucha productividad en la superficie y todo esto alimenta estos sitios más profundos. What is that? Like, oops. Like that. Take a look. Lo que estamos viendo es una anémona y encima tiene algo que aún no sabemos qué es. Vamos a intentar echar un vistazo más de cerca.
You want to look closer?
Yeah, can we
Yeah,
just take
please.
a seconds of this? Have you seen this before?
No, I'm not sure what it is. Before we saw a pyrosome, I think. That might be another one. Yeah, it looks like. I think it's a pyrosome. It's a colonial animal. Or it was. The anemone seems to like it. Lo que estamos observando es una anémona con un pirosoma, que es un organismo colonial. Son en realidad planctónicos. Sorry?
Would that be its mouth? It's just inverted.
No, it's a whole thing. It's a colonial animal.
Oh, and it's just eating it?
The anemone is sitting there.
Oh, that's cool.
You took some pictures already?
Give me 1 second.
Alright.
It's called
Yeah.
Like,
White. I like this.
A parasol.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And we can keep moving. A la derecha vemos un hisopo a la derecha de la anémona. Como les comentaba, esta pirosoma es un tunicado o un grupo de animales del grupo de los tunicados. Es común verlos en la columna de agua, pueden tener colonias bastante grandes, inclusive de varios metros. Y en algunos sitios es común verlos aquí en aguas profundas conforme se van probablemente envejeciendo, verlos en el fondo. Para comentarles un poco, esto lo hemos visto en la isla del Coco. El grupo costarricense a bordo es uno de los lugares que mejor conocen aguas profundas. Hemos investigado las aguas más profundas de la isla del Coco, al menos hasta los 400 metros desde el año 2007 aproximadamente. Y en algunas épocas del año es muy común ver todos estos pirosomas o tunicados en el fondo. Es una parte, como un ejemplo de la conexión entre aguas superficiales y aguas profundas. Cuando esto sucede, cuando muchos pirosomas mueren y caen, se llenan de cangrejos y de muchos otros organismos que empiezan a comérselos. Vamos a seguir avanzando porque tenemos un largo camino que recorrer hasta la cima del monte Tengosed. Mientras vamos avanzando, ponemos mucha atención para ver, fish. Can we take a look at that fish? Whoa, beautiful. Okay, I don't know. I don't have idea of what it is. We are seeing some really it's the first time we see many of these fishes. Estamos viendo un pez en pantalla. Es el. I have no idea still. Yeah, es parte de la emoción de estar aquí, como ver animales y no tener idea de qué son. What do you think it is?
It has a similar shape to like a cod-like animal.
Yeah, but.
So like, I mean, it's not, but.
Yeah, exactly.
Closer to that than a deep sea.
Yeah, yeah. If we can take a really close look, especially of the
Yes.
head, that would be really useful.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Hmm.
Has a big parasite on it.
Lo que tiene a uno de sus costados es un parásito.
How big is it?
It's probably something similar to a
Whoa,
moride.
what a great shot.
Wow,
That is
beautiful.
great.
There's your lasers.
Thank you.
Okay, so
Oh,
it is
nice.
like-
Wow.
It's a-
This is so beautiful. My God. Look at that parasite.
Woo.
Parasites are the best.
That's a very nice shot.
Like literally, especially deep sea parasites.
No, I think they're amazing.
You should look up the deep sea barnacle parasites.
Are those the ones that like
That go in the eye.
yeah. Oh, I love it.
Ayer estuvimos, bueno, tuvimos algunos avistamientos de peces bastante extraños y yo estuve intentando identificarlo y la mayoría de esos peces se tiene muy poca información, sobre todo imágenes en vivo. Mucho de lo que se conoce es por muestras de arrastres, pero ahora tenemos esta posibilidad de ver peces gracias a los ojos de SuBastian, sus cámaras. Así que todas estas imágenes nos permiten después con más calma sentarnos y identificarlos. Hola. Moride. Algo parecido a mora. ¿Cómo se llama eso? El nombre común. Sí, moride. No. Este pez lo más probable es que sea la familia Moride. Es de hecho una de las familias más importantes que sale en la fauna acompañante de camarón de aguas profundas del país. Mucho de lo que conocemos en aguas profundas de peces, al menos, hay un investigador costarricense que ha hecho un gran trabajo, Arturo Angulo, del Museo de Zoología. Él hizo su tesis con peces de profundidad, revisando muestras que estaban en el Museo de Zoología, recolectadas desde los años 70, que quedaron ahí por más de 30 años. Y bueno, gracias a él sabemos muchos de los registros que tenemos reportados actualmente. Sin embargo, aún sigue siendo un grupo del que sabemos bastante poco. La información está muy dispersa, es difícil conseguir ilustraciones o imágenes de muchas de las especies. Cap Coral. En la sala tenemos a Holly del Field Museum de Chicago. Holly está muy emocionada con los pepinos de mar y su microbioma. Es algo que está estudiando en casi todas las muestras que estamos recolectando. El microbioma es como el conjunto, la comunidad de microorganismos que se asocian a un animal, como bacterias, virus y cosas, formas de vida que no podemos ver a simple vista, pero que se creen que actúan como un segundo grupo de genes o un segundo genoma, que no solo están ahí viviendo en alguna parte del organismo, por ejemplo en el tracto digestivo, sino que también cumple funciones muy importantes y en algunos casos se ha demostrado que incluso puede, como que el animal en el que están, puede incluso como tener funciones que ya no hace porque están demasiado acostumbrados a que su microbioma sea el que cumple la función. Entonces algo muy interesante que está estudiando Holly, que está aquí ayudándonos con las notas también. Empezamos a ver muchos octocorales. Y ya tenemos bloques más grandes de lava. Un cangrejo. Y en esta zona es interesante que ya tenemos bastantes cop corals o estos corales duros que, como el que intentamos recolectar más atrás. We have a nice community living down here. Many different groups of animals.
Es que ellos están más como en las planetas, sí. Pero ahí sí, si vamos a una de esos, o a los otros, las péricos, pues de que negoan en périco, o los compostantes que los tenemos todos para ahí. Ninguno de esos los tenemos. Si saben, y si no, al final llegamos todos.
Okay. Empezamos a ver mucha vida sobre las rocas. Esponjas. Algo muy interesante de todos estos animales de aguas profundas, sobre todo en el caso de los corales negros, octocorales y esponjas, es que hay muchos compuestos químicos que poseen que podrían generarnos muchas de las medicinas del futuro. Hay investigaciones muy interesantes con tratamientos contra el cáncer, por ejemplo, y es parte de del valor que tienen estos ecosistemas, que aunque no podamos verlos, son parte de nuestro patrimonio, y entenderlos mejor podría darnos muchas soluciones a nuestros retos como humanidad. Sobre la esponja vemos un crinoideo. Okay. Can we collect a piece of the sponge?
Está bien, ¿no? Bueno, puede ser next sponge.
And this will go in a coral.
Yeah, correct.
We got coral quiver one.
That's a piece of coral. Okay, vamos a poner otro. Do you have to move or we can collect? Do you have to move?
No, we'll just get this out, yeah, just keep an eye on this center here, which is gonna be a rock.
Okay.
Should we try to grab a piece that includes something else?
Could be a piece that que tenga algo más como
un crinoideo. Okay. So the big one? You want the big one?
big one or not maybe
The smaller one?
the one that is easier.
Yeah. We will want a piece of sponge that also has another animal on top. So this one or this one, the one that is easier for you.
Yeah.
Okay. Estamos aquí tratando de maximizar esfuerzos, que cuando tomamos este pedazo de esponja, además podamos traer alguna muestra de otro animal. Todas estas recolectas que estamos realizando cuentan con todos los permisos necesarios a nivel de país. Y van a ser depositadas en el Museo de Zoología de la Universidad de Costa Rica, nuestro repositorio nacional de muestras, donde van a permitir a otros y otras investigadoras seguir utilizando estas muestras para diferentes investigaciones. Es la primera vez que tenemos muchos de estos organismos que los vemos, muchos probablemente sean nuevas especies o nuevos reportes. Y es impresionante que pues estos videos nos permiten ser bastante selectivos, decidir qué es lo que necesitamos, qué no, cuántos, no queremos dañar. No es nuestra misión recolectar absolutamente todo. Colectamos aquellos grupos donde sabemos que hay personas expertas que nos pueden ayudar. Juan. Entonces lo que vemos adherido a la esponja, además de unos pequeños, no estoy segura ahorita si son anfípodos o camarones o algún otro tipo de crustáceo. Además tenemos este crinoideo que está emparentado con los pepinos, las estrellas de mar. Un grupo muy antiguo que lleva en el planeta muchísimos años. Nice. Hemos estado observando muchísimas esponjas. Como les comentaba anteriormente, las esponjas son bastante importantes junto con los corales porque dan hábitat a muchos otros organismos. Ayer, por ejemplo, hicimos una recolecta de una esponja que tenía unos zoántidos, que es un tipo de nidario, viviendo encima. Y además habían unos anfípodos, que es un tipo de crustáceo emparentado con los cangrejos y camarones. Y fue muy interesante porque cuando estuvimos revisando la muestra para fotografiarla, notamos que el anfípodo, el crustáceo, era prácticamente igual al zoántido, como un tipo de camuflaje. Entonces hay muchas asociaciones aquí de las que sabemos muy poco y de las cuales estamos bastante emocionados de poder documentar.
The shrimp is like, where's my crinoid? Yeah.
Para quienes se unen a la transmisión en este momento, estamos explorando frente a las costas de Guanacaste, Costa Rica, un monte submarino conocido como Tengosed. Estamos buscando evidencias de flujos de calor. Si las vemos, vamos a ver agua a otra temperatura, se vería como chorros de agua un poco turbia o aceitosa saliendo de la roca. Hasta el momento no lo hemos observado, pero es una de las señales que andamos buscando. Y para hacer eso estamos haciendo una ruta sobre una dorsal de roca expuesta que nos lleve hasta la cima del monte Tengosed, donde ayer vimos todo un jardín de esponjas, de corales. Así que les recomiendo quedarse con nosotros y esperar a que llegamos a la cima porque estoy segura que algo muy interesante nos va a estar esperando. Esta esponja que tenemos al frente es una esponja de vidrio. Es muy interesante porque tiene asociados camarones que viven dentro de ella, que llegan a la esponja desde que es pequeña y la esponja comienza a crecer y terminan quedando encerrados. Usualmente, bueno, lo que encontramos dentro de la esponja es una pareja de camarones que llevan toda su vida dentro de la esponja. Someone asked if there is a crinoid in the box. I don't know if it fell down or something.
I think it's really
All right.
on a corner of the file. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not for long.
Yeah, not for long. Yeah. Hemos estado observando bastantes anémonas también. Ayer en la cima vimos una anémona enorme que esperamos poder encontrar hoy también. Vemos también, además de los equinodermos que estamos observando, vemos muchos plumas de mar. A la derecha vemos un pez de esos que les comentaba, de los rat tails o colas de rata.
Yeah, I learned it there, thanks. Okay, thank you.
For those who are joining, we are exploring the Tengosed Seamount in front of the coast of Costa Rica. Wow, that's a rat tail, yeah. We are looking for these exposed rock areas until the summit, until we reach the summit of the seamount. Yesterday we found a really nice community up there, full of sponges and corals. So our target is to get to the summit and explore more and make some collections up there. Vemos muchos octocorales con mucha vida asociada. Algunos cangrejos, empezamos a ver antomastos. Ayer hicimos una recolecta ya de antomastos, un grupo de octocorales también importante en aguas profundas. Oh, can we make a close-up of especially of the head of that fish, please? I think that's probably an Allosaurus. Ese pez que estábamos viendo es de la familia Allosauridae, una familia bastante común en aguas profundas, aunque sus avistamientos no son tan frecuentes. De hecho, creo que es el primero que vemos en toda la expedición. Ayer vimos uno similar, pero de otra familia. A simple vista parecen bastante similares, pero tienen bastantes diferencias en sus aletas. So we are exploring, we are following a path from southwest to northeast of this rich feature of the Tengosed Seamount. For those who are asking in the chat, southwest to northeast of the seamount. El área que estamos explorando del monte Tengosed es bastante pequeña, es un monte submarino bastante grande, de aproximadamente unos 20 kilómetros cuadrados. Ahorita estamos haciendo una ruta de suroeste a noreste. Oh, that was a pygnogonid. Can we take a closer look of this sea anemone? Just with the lasers and Nice.
There's a laser.
Yeah, thank you.
Es como el que conectamos ayer, pero puede ser en la pequeña hidropática.
Sí, parece un hidropático. Thank you.
Okay, laser's off.
Yeah. Estamos viendo es una anémona. Probablemente tiene unos 20, 25 centímetros. Los láseres que ven de vez en cuando, verdes, están separados entre sí por 10 centímetros. Entonces esto lo usamos de escala. Intentamos ir registrando todas las imágenes y videos con y sin láseres para tener buenas imágenes de todo lo que estamos observando. Okay. To the right of the anemone, we have a sea feather of the genus, of the family Amtoptilidae, probably. We collected some in a past dive. Okay, thank you. Estos organismos de color café que estamos viendo son plumas de mar, son octocorales, probablemente la familia Antoptilidae. Colectamos algunos en un buceo pasado. El coral blanco que ven en la esquina inferior izquierda es un coral negro. Es bastante parecido a algunos que tenemos más cerca de la costa. Igual en aguas relativamente profundas, a unos profundas para alguien que bucea, aproximadamente a partir de los 30 metros de profundidad. Y bueno, poco a poco hemos ido haciendo estas recolecciones para poder identificar todo lo que estamos observando con más detalle. Aquí vemos estos corales negros que les estaba mencionando, los que parecen como plumas blancas. Esquizopatia, ajá. Estos de aquí abajo. Como estos. Este que estamos observando, que estamos intentando hacer un zoom, son también corales negros de la familia Schizopatidae. For those who are asking, our dive today will last until 3 p.m. Costa Rican time.
Did you want to see that?
Yeah, please. We are seeing subtube worms. Estamos viendo gusanos, poliquetos que forman tubos. Thank you. Aquí empezamos a ver cómo el fondo empieza a quebrarse conforme vamos subiendo en las zonas escarpadas del Seamount o del monte submarino. Ahorita le estamos buscando señales de flujo de agua con diferente temperatura.
You ready to jump in? Okay, I'll wait until we zoom back out. We've collected quite a few samples. These two are open. We're open to putting multiple cucumbers in here. But I say unless you see one that's like super.
We are looking for venting right now.
Try to come down for it.
We haven't found some yet.
Okay, moving on.
We are still, what's happening?
We are on our way to waypoint 4,
Okay,
so no more collections.
okay. And then we, no rush, but just so we can.
This was like a sheet flow and it just collapsed.
Oh.
Yeah, it's
This is something that I didn't see any shimmering. No.
we haven't seen shimmering yet, but hopefully we will do during this second dive at Tengosed Seamount.
Nice hole down there.
Mm-hmm.
You wanna look in there?
Yeah.
Sure.
How are you doing this morning, Miguel? I'm good, thank you.
Estamos explorando este agujero que encontramos, buscando señales de flujo. Pero bueno, ustedes se pueden porque tienen una caja. Ya se terminaron el chip, entonces tienen que la. Ajá.
Can you just hold it still? That's the easiest way to see it.
All right, so I'm passing the seat to Diva Amon. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Les invito a quedarse hasta que lleguemos a la cima. Ayer encontramos animales muy interesantes y ahorita estamos, parece que encontramos lo que estamos buscando, el flujo. Así que muchas gracias. Nos vemos mañana. Sigan con nosotros. Pura vida.
Good eye. Okay, good eye.
Yeah, that's awesome.
It's not a priority, so. I see what you're
I think there's like a number of sponges there as well.
Thanks, Citrus. Yep.
You want to jump in?
Maybe.
Yeah.
You don't mind?
Yeah, no, of course.
Okay.
I'm right here if you need me.
Okay. All right. Hi. Chris and Mike. So I know this is like really far away from us. Do we think there's any hope of trying to get a T-probe somewhere over there? Like over this hole in any way?
Trying to get down in there.
Yeah, I want to see if the temperature is at all elevated
Yeah.
or even colder. I don't know why it would be colder, but just in case.
So then could it be that like the whole, this might be a stupid question, the whole area is hydrothermally active, has flow, but only when it's able to get to the surface. There's not enough. There's not.
Are we
set
getting a
amount to
temperature measurement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ran over.
Sorry.
For folks at home, the ROV control room is getting very busy and happy as we maybe are finding our first indication of flow coming up through the seamount.
For the record, we weren't unhappy before.
Yeah, I know. Extra happy, just to qualify, extra happy, not unhappy before.
Get a little, like, if we're just going on the troll.
Side to see
Hello?
Everybody can be quiet. What?
Do a little, going in the midst of control, see what, how I'm doing.
Oh, sure.
If anybody's happy with that?
Everybody happy being on camera? Say no if you don't want to.
We all have masks on, so it's fine.
Okay.
Going on now.
Regular happening is turned into tribulation.
Hi.
Hello, everybody. See, there's plenty of people in here.
Okay. Can we go back to the action?
Back to sampling, absolutely.
So temperature right now is 2.17 C for the CTD on the ROV, and 2 point. Okay, thank you. Somebody keep your eye on that while I watch this. Do you mind if I zoom in a little bit?
That's like,
That's all the arm you got.
2.93.
Yeah. I
It's not really in there, so.
I can scoot up a little bit. I guess a little closer.
yeah.
Also, like tilting it down will help too. But yeah, scooting is fine. Noticing here on the margins of this, these little wispy animals. I'm not quite sure what they are. You want to talk to Andy?
What's that?
Oh, I guess it's probably early in the morning
Is he
for Andy.
calling?
Oh, I don't know.
I might call him, yeah.
It's probably 7 in the morning for him.
7, yeah. Or no, 8 actually.
Yeah. Steph, there's some way to do an overlay of the temperature probe data reading. Is it possible when we get that in place again so that folks online can see it? Is the porch all the way in? Any of our animal specialists recognize these small stalked? Yeah, they're black corals. Okay, thank you.
And then there was what looked like a carnivorous
Your what? Yeah, I know.
looked like a vibrate.
That's why I just exited it.
Yeah, you can definitely see the shimmer here. We definitely want to mark this for video highlights, please. Although I'm going to get the basket out of the frame. Eek. It's actually getting colder, yeah.
It's such a wide opening though.
Yeah,
It's probably hard
I wonder if you tilt it so that it's kind of like right under the ledge, that would maybe be capturing the warmer water.
Warmer water at the top.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
So it pours out.
There you go.
That one's the winter. How tight was it?
So, it's where I was perched, it was pretty flat.
Okay, so I can theoretically spin more to port to
Yeah,
get that
yeah,
arm.
there was a little bit, it's
About a mound right next
to
to
starboard, there's
3.08.
almost about a mound right next to the main stop.
That's another option. I could maybe get this closer. So I can spin this a little like that.
Okay, yeah, we'll wait to get kind of see what we get with this. We're already 3.08.
Which kind of makes sense because it's probably going in Tengosed and coming out Tengosed.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not warming up very much.
yeah. Its residence time is pretty short.
All right, can you mark this as 3.08, Miguel, and then we'll reposition.
This may be the first time we've ever measured local or discharge. But on the big scale.
What? Yeah. Okay. If you want to reposition, go ahead.
All right, just in that. What's your clear for that?
While you're thinking about repositioning, just to tell you what might happen next, we'll want to try to fire some of those squeezers into this water as well. So just want you to have that in mind. Yeah, so this kind of venting, right? We're looking at very low temperature hydrothermal venting here at this ancient volcano. This kind of temperature anomaly would never be detected with most methods that are used to find hydrothermal venting. For instance, if you were tuned in to the very first shakedown expedition of Falkor 2 and the amazing black smoker hydrothermal vents that were discovered on that expedition, those were all essentially located by looking for anomalies in the water column, indicating high temperature, different redox conditions, etc. We would never detect those above the seamount. It would only look like background seawater. So really high precision measurements with these ROVs and these temperature sensors is the only way to find this kind of low temperature venting. But it is what we think a significant fraction of heat flux out of the Earth's interior through these ancient volcanoes is actually at these lower temperatures. This is the first place besides Dorado Outcrop that we have found this low temperature venting so far on this expedition. Interestingly, we don't see octopus here, but it's only mildly warmer, maybe 1 degree Celsius above background seawater. Oh, you can see there's another, oh no, it's the same entry point, isn't it? Yeah. There's probably, yeah, this rock is just kind of in the way.
Just swim out of the cave. I don't know if I'm gonna swim closer because we're tilted more, but we're also a little bit higher up. Straight down. Give it a shot though.
This example of low temperature venting also shows the importance of having really good cameras to see that indication of shimmering.
Come back to this.
We're setting up to try to get another measurement here.
3.8 again.
3.08.
Yeah, it has been done. Yeah. Hydrothermal vents.
Shoulders all the way down, kind of further down.
And you elbow down and that. I think we're getting the top of the thing there. Yeah. Cool. See if I can place it down some more to see if something on my door. So what it is.
Oh yeah.
Pitch out a little bit.
3.08. 3.08. 1 degree elevated.
I mean, here.
Just barely. And if you were, Mike, if you were to twist your manipulators clockwise, I wonder if we.
Three 3.22, nice. But,
All right. So we'll say the max here is 3.22, where we're able to measure it. We can go ahead and stow the T-probe, and we'll try to set up to get a squeezer sample. Yeah, Rachel, we got the whole temperature record.
Yep.
That just gives us an indication of where to look.
awesome. Okay.
So we can actually see
For,
the
like,
actual.
plot the,
Yeah,
awesome.
exactly.
Right. I'm going to send an email right now.
Come on.
Porch up where you took the meat here.
Yeah. It'll be, a bit easier. Spot. Yeah, I think you can see deep there on this camera. And,
Although I sound really muted, this is a huge accomplishment for this expedition that we found any other evidence of low temperature venting. Hey. Yeah, that's what we're setting up to do now. Yeah. Sorry, I forget that you can't hear as well when I'm talking.
Nah, it's okay. It's yeah. Go for it. I'm assuming that this is where we're going.
Different.
porch out a little bit there.
Back a little bit.
Like, you do whatever you want to start off.
I mean, you can just somewhere. Spot, really. Most of the time, they get caught in the porch.
But it's now a little bit easier to see than it was before.
Hey, Steph. Or Alex?
Yeah, I'm working on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry.
Just want to make sure you saw it.
There we go. Here you go. On your minute cans, you look in. See what I'm saying? All right, there you go. You're in there. Just slide it in. But it's fine. It's fine right there. It's not going to go anywhere. If it doesn't, just pick it up. All right. You want to use that or?
Pick it up initially.
Well, how about it? So, location is either starboard, but the port arm is that thing preferable for
Yeah, I think, well, because of position, we'll do it with this arm. I mean,
unless I can slide that way, because I don't know what this looks like. I don't know if it can spin to the left and get you close enough to the port arm or not, or get close enough to the arm.
it's just, I'll pick up with that one, do it in this one, see how we get on.
Yeah.
You can do that. Yeah, you can do that one if you want, and then we can just
So, pick it up with this one, or you pick it up? What do you want to do?
pick up with that one, and I'll grab it and green if you like,
Alright.
if that suits.
So, yeah. What's your name?
Okay. Okay. Can you see the number on your cameras? Number 2. It's number 2? Spacer number 2? There we go.
So we want, because that hose is, let's spin it a little bit so that hose is out forward when I grab it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Straight at the it's like you did it right there. You happy with that? The up more, out more.
Let's see. Yeah, take it out into the middle just a little bit more.
How's that? Left, right, up.
This shot shows an interesting view of the crust around this feature. You can see that there's a lot of white material underneath what looks like a sheet flow, part of which has collapsed over this hole. We're also interested in what that white material is. We might try to get a sample of that, depending on how things go.
One more, I don't think that's
Happy?
held enough. Yeah.
Alright. Slowly open. Alright.
I'll try to follow you down.
So,
Just something make it easier. Go. Fortune in? Yeah. Okay.
do I think about that position now? Just deeper.
You come west, you can go right and go deep to the right. That's higher temperature.
Yeah,
This and then go right and rotate. So shoulder left, go right, rotate, spin your arm up. There you go. One. All right, now it's in that back corner.
I can't really see where the intake is.
There.
Okay, we can see it in the sit cam. Okay. You know, it's worth a try. We'll try another one kind of maybe also oriented the other way, so the intake is going that way, but this is fine for now. So let's just hold it for a second to let that tube flush out a little bit. You get a still of that, Miguel, please? Okay, let's try to squeeze it and see if it'll fire. No joy?
No,
Okay.
Try to regrab the.
yeah, I'm trying to grab it and see.
These squeezer samples can be a little finicky. Sometimes they don't want to fire.
Yeah.
What?
The tube.
I know. Yeah,
Push it down, see if it's dripping out.
we might want to take them off.
And then we're near like touch on move it a little bit closer to the rubber bits to give us a bit more. Grab it, move it slightly more forward. So we're ready to put it.
So for anyone who hadn't seen one of these fire off when we did them earlier this expedition, we're looking for those little metal discs down at the bottom to make their way to the top, like a syringe. And the trigger for that is inside the grip here. So we're going to try and get a new grip on it and then see if it fires off.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, nice. Well, I want to try to get the red parts closer to the middle of that plastic part. Slide up a little bit higher.
And if we get too close to the edge, it's going to squeeze out and drop, I think. But move that a good
Yeah,
bit
like
forward to
up.
where we had.
Think up higher. Like
Yeah, no, I think
middle
it's
of
good
the-
where it is because the rubber fingers don't actually hold very much weight.
Yeah, if I have it too close to the
I think you
the
meant
rubber. sort of
closer to the rope.
squeeze out.
Closer to the rope.
Oh, to the rope. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah.
So, yeah, so
Up a bit, yeah, it seems a bit more.
it's the center getting pushed up and down is what that's all right. Hold on a second. We'll go.
It's already sliding over the jaws.
All right. Got it.
But
Yep. All right.
yeah, right there. Yeah, that looks good. Slow it down.
That looks good.
All right. You happy with the grip? All right.
So, yeah.
All right. Open slowly. And toggle there. All right. There you go.
So you might have heard the pilots sort of working together there. When we have two manipulators going like that, that's one pilot controlling one and one pilot controlling the other. So it takes a decent amount of coordination, communication back and forth.
Hmm?
You have a pretty good view where it is right there.
Yeah. Just so hard to tell the depth perception.
So,
Other than the anemone giving us an indication of where the wrist
Yeah.
is. So if you could hold it still, and I'm going to zoom in on the tip to see if there's any indication of shimmering around it. Okay. Don't have the best camera angle here.
you're gonna have to hold that down because that angle is going to come back up.
Yeah. Well, can't hurt to try. Okay, from my view, I can't see if the pin is firing, but hopefully we can see it in the sit cam here. Okay, so go ahead, Mike, whenever you're ready. Okay, this one might be, we have like 50-50 success rate with these. So we'll try one more, a different squeezer if we can.
All right, we'll swap on over to another of the suction samplers that we have on here.
These squeezer samples are borrowed by our colleague, Dr. Jeff Wheat, who is currently returning from a 2-month-long expedition with the International Ocean Drilling Program, which just had phenomenal success drilling into mantle rock material on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge at the Atlantis Massif. One of the other major technical accomplishments of that expedition was testing for the first time a multi temperature fluid sampler run on the drill string that was also designed by Dr. Jeff Wheat. So we are operating these instruments in his replacement. He's one of the co-eyes on this project, but unfortunately couldn't join us since he's on that different expedition. But we'll be very excited to talk to him soon and let him know that we have found other indications of venting at this place.
Was that the JOIDES Resolution cruise?
Yes, the IRDP Expedition 399 that just finished up on the JOIDES Resolution. It just came into port yesterday. Extremely successful cruise.
One feels up.
Oh man. The one closest to the bottom of the frame.
Yep. Probably did that for you, but I'll see how you are, yeah.
See if I can manage without the watch.
These squeezer samplers were also loaned to the prior expedition, just before ours. The Diagnosing Coral Health, was that the name of the expedition? Oh. Yeah, I think we need to take those off. Yeah.
Try and straighten it.
I got it now.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons that we originally had those pins, so that it didn't sit so far down in the basket.
Well, we'll squeeze the bottom if you want.
Let me get it up in the middle there. I'll throw it for you.
reposition the camera so you'll see what you're doing.
Try and give us all a squeeze just to make sure it's open or.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. One second, Miguel.
Can you see the number of species?
Not yet.
So we talked about it yesterday, but that little ratchet sound you hear, that's the focus that Chris is pulling. All right, I'll come up a little bit higher.
I feel like my eyes are dilated watching that.
It's always the worst, is like the eye drops after an eye exam.
Yeah.
I wouldn't wear my glasses. Couldn't see focus.
It's a little better.
That's the attention out of the good.
That looks better.
Yeah,
Thanks, Mike.
good job.
Well, is it now back in autofocus, or do we need to fix that?
It's in the regular.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
I think. Good position?
I think so.
Yeah. Alright.
All right, go slowly.
So I don't think we've seen the number yet.
Number 3. Thank you.
Oh, that's properly directed. Kind of pivoted there when I tipped in.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Give it one more bump in just to be sure.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
You don't want to drop it when it's down there.
Okay. Yeah, let's reposition you if you're not feeling confident.
Yeah.
Perfect.
One more bump.
For anyone just tuning in, you're watching live footage from about 2,000 meters below the surface of the Pacific Ocean off of Costa Rica on Tengosed Seamount, which until yesterday was an unexplored seamount. We dove here yesterday as well. And we're currently trying to collect a water sample. This is live footage from remotely operated vehicle SuBastian, and we're broadcasting it from the surface vessel, research vessel Falcor 2.
My auto buttons is off. Okay. There we go. I'm not really seeing shimmering right above this. I'm wondering if it's more over to the right.
So what they're looking for is a slight shimmering in the water.
Mike, do you think you have the ability to pull the wrist over to the right at all?
Sort of similar to the heat waves or even the shadows of heat waves that you might see on hot asphalt or like the hot hood of a car. And that's the faint signal that we're looking for to sort of see where this warmer water flow is in the water.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Okay, can you get a still, please, Miguel?
Frame grab?
Yeah, frame grab. Sorry. Using different terminology. What was that, Miguel? Yeah? Okay, Mike, let's see if we're lucky.
No.
Arrgh. Well, that's a bummer. Okay, we'll try a third one.
All right.
Attempt three. This one has to work. Yeah, exactly.
That's That's it.
Yeah, it's worth a try.
You want to try doing it for the other minute?
Yeah, but I'll have to reposition a little bit.
Yeah.
So retry this one and see if the other minute can fire this one.
What do you think you can reach over there with that one?
I'll have to
Yeah.
spin a little bit. This should be okay because we can get that straight down.
Pilots are currently discussing with Beth the potential
Yeah.
approaches that we have to this particular issue.
I think we should pick up another one with the other manip and try that one.
Okay, so just, yeah.
Whether or not it's the manip or the other squeezer, just so that we don't.
And you can watch out. I'll check this one. You know, minutes. This is the last one.
Chris, we had someone joke about like force grip 11, but off the top of your head, do you know what the force grip of these minips can get up to? Not off top. All right. I mean, we've seen them grab chunks off of rocks and stuff, so.
You should watch out reposition first.
Yeah. More or less, just so we can find it in the diagram. Yeah.
As long as we get it up out, that's the only important aspect, really. Yeah, I remember.
We should go back in the records and figure out which ones have not fired. Have you put them back on?
Yeah, we got a cricket in here.
Oh, that's weird. Anyway, for the next time.
Well, it's kind of, yeah. Look it up, but I've also like taken them apart and interchanged parts. And
Yeah,
stuff.
that's true. Yeah. Okay.
Before we pull one out though, just do a test with that port arm and see.
See how far down you can get.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
You is not as wonderful. We still don't see them. Stand by 1 second. Alright. As far down as you can go.
That's pretty much the reach.
Alright, if you wanna. Petition love, but it's not being very deep. Let's see, go back out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do you mind if I do some zooms? Well, are you guys are never mind. I'll wait till you reposition.
Get up, you already sit down.
Could also be that this is not the only hole where it's coming out. So
That's what we're gonna hop up over the rise and it'll just shimmer after shimmer.
and like a million octopus. Like, what are you guys doing over there?
They're just watching our headlights on the edge of the hill. They're like, what's going on?
No, what do you think? First thing, right, you want to that?
Yes.
Like on this plotter, I don't know if it's plotter.
I think the best way to get that arm down in there,
It really is quite an interesting feature. You don't get to see very often.
It really seems to go down there.
Yeah.
more, but I don't know if I would put this right. That's not when it comes to that. Those two rocks.
Can we see the view from the manipulator camera?
It's on the other one.
Oh, it's only on the other one. Okay.
Yeah.
Which we can.
Well, but that's a pretty good reach. And then if you had the squeezer in your hand too, might get you a little bit further. So it's worth trying.
Alright. Do you want to grab it with the starboard arm?
Yeah, I'm into this one.
Yep.
Oh, what's with the little crinoid?
Oh yeah, we got a little passenger here.
All right. We should be back. Hopefully everyone got a good stretch break in.
straightened it a little bit.
Yeah.
Got a question in the chat about when we have to reset the encoder and the like. Some curiosity about what that is entailing. We are pushing about 4,000. Let me double check that. Yeah, about 4,000 kilobits a second. And that goes up to a satellite. That makes its way through a system, back down to land, out to another service that splits out our streams, because you might be watching on YouTube, you might be watching on Facebook. We'd like to not have to push out 2 streams. So we just push out 1 stream and let that get split on shore. But there's a lot of systems that come together on the ship to make this work. And every once in a while, one of them has a little hiccup. And that's when you'll see us reset the encoder, which usually just results in buffering for you. The other thing that you might encounter during our expeditions, during our dives, is where we'll actually reset the stream. And that's because of streaming limitations on the sites themselves. We always want to make sure that our dives are able to be visited again on YouTube and Facebook. And in order to ensure that they are saved on those sites, we just have to keep them under a certain amount of time. So we'll break longer dives up into, part 1, part 2, part 3. And then that way, if you ever want to come back and find a particular clip again, it's all recorded for you.
So I think the majority of the shimmering is over on the right side.
And it is H264, not 5.
Shot like this helps you see all the degrees of rotation that the manipulators can do, all the different joints they have. Yeah.
See the back of this thing either.
Try to spin. Right. Closer to this one up.
Spin. That's like the whole thing.
I spin the ROV. Bring that up closer to that. Yeah. But I don't know if it gets down anymore. That's the problem.
Try to get up out the way.
A little bit closer.
Try it. Nice head with the nozzle.
Almost see that the shimmering is coming right at us. I said you can almost see that the shimmering is coming like right at us. Mind if I zoom in a little bit, Mike? Well, assuming that we're right where it is, I think it might be a okay spot. Is that as far as you feel like you can reach? You feel like you got a little bit more?
It's probably as far down, you come a little bit more out, but it might end up coming.
Yeah, it'll come
a
up.
little bit more, so
Yeah.
Probably this is as low and as far as we can go. That elbow.
The forearm.
Yeah.
Right. Just a little bit. We need to get closer.
Well,
Take it more
Uh,
towards this little black hole, maybe it looks pretty sure in front of that.
yeah, I think most of the flow is coming from like right over, like right behind you.
Yeah.
So,
You can see some really at that like lower hole there. I mean, right at the edge of it by the white.
yeah.
It's going. But it's up above as well. It's weird.
Well, I don't think we want to go that far up.
All right, how about that? Yep.
Oh, no, future guys.
much deeper than that. Yeah. And
Yeah, like, yeah, what you're doing right there is good. I'll zoom back in. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Try to hold it there. Miguel, get some frame grabs, please. It doesn't need a name. You can just. The quickest way is just to hit frame grab and then go. You don't need a detail every time. All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's try to fire it. Mike,
Yeah.
please.
squeeze in.
Okay. Okay, we can go ahead and put that back. I appreciate your efforts.
Like obvious.
Can you hold it in front of the basket so we can look at it and see, like, and also try to fire it where we can see the centerpiece?
There.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out what's preventing it from firing.
I'll loosen my grip a little bit.
Okay.
Just go over the baskets anyway.
Yep. Yeah, so it's not like the bridle is somehow interfering. Okay, we can go ahead and stow it. Thank you.
Just like reset the grabs there and still.
That over you try the other one or three of them I tried? Try three.
There's a third one I tried. Okay, we would still like to try to collect a rock sample. What's that?
This is the better minute for doing it.
Oh, good. Is the basket all the way in? Okay. Well, let's go query. What would be good? You want me to look at the high T probe?
Yeah, just gonna give that a little nudge.
Can we drop a waypoint where we are right now, just so we can, or a marker?
I can do it. Just where we are.
Yeah.
What would you like it? Just rock sample?
Crater hole.
Cool. Crater hole.
You got it? Okay, let's see what we can go get.
Cool.
Can we get the lasers on for a moment, please? Thank you. Oh, no, I'm shining them in the basket. That's not helpful. Mike, do you think you can reach that one? Or is that like right? That's right where we were trying to get the squeezers.
All right, so we've moved on from the squeeze samplers, and you'll hear Beth and the pilots coordinating for a rock collection from this location.
I want something as in the flow as possible, and this is probably too big, right? Do you think you could pick that up, drop it in the big rock box, or is that too big to pick up? Can we try it? Before you do that, can we get some glamour shots? Sorry. Miguel, if you want to get some highlights, please. Okay, go ahead. Just out of reach, huh?
Yeah.
Of course.
Try to flood forward. No clue about that. Pull anymore.
I don't think we're gonna be able to grab this.
Not down there, but yeah, the one you were just.
Yeah, like that one, yeah, we might be able to.
Yeah, that's not an ideal sample there, just because it's not in the flow. Is it possible to pick up and pivot to the port side so we can see what's over to the left? Keeping an eye on that heat flow probe. Yeah, there might be some candidates over here we can try to pick up. What's that?
Where do you want to look at?
Like in this pile here, or even up here, there might be some things we can pick up. No, I'm good. Thank you.
While we're repositioning here, I'll toss up the map of where we are. We're currently near waypoint 3.
Okay. Well, again, it's probably
so
too big.
we zoom out here at Tengosed Seamount.
Just gonna look around in here real quick.
Currently just working our way kind of along this little ridge top here. Going back up towards the peak or the summit.
That's still your reach. Okay. You think you can reach that one with the lasers are on?
Maybe, might just need to reposition a little bit and shovel forward a touch, but
Otherwise, we can get the one below it.
just a little bit out of reach.
Okay. Yeah, the one that's right underneath your manips, we can try that one.
This big guy.
Yeah.
Try to follow it up. We want to get a little higher, but we just there you go.
Yeah, I know if I get up, it's just out of the mark.
Is it bigger than just out of your
It's
reach?
just a little bit out of my reach.
All right, I can. So if I go forward, my I know the left is low, but I can get you closer.
Yeah, yeah, just a little shuffle forward. I'll pull this arm up.
Cheater on top of that moundy there. That's really switching the problem.
All right. Let's hold that in front of the camera for some stills, and then we'll put it. You can bring it up closer to the basket if you want. Okay, that's great. They are on, they're just not on, it's out of the frame. You can get a still of that? No, it's fine, you don't need the lasers. Okay, and then can you rotate? Great.
I'll move you on Connor, sorry.
Okay, you can hold it there, please. Okay, let's go ahead and stow this in the forward bio box 1A. I don't know if you want to, yeah, there we go. Aww.
It's snapped off there.
Try to pick it up and rotate your jaw clockwise.
We're trying to drop it in and re-grab.
Yeah.
It's over the box just now.
Oh, yeah. It's just spur outside there.
My pencil, the blue one.
Put that corner, the little bottom corner in first.
Which
Straight down the corner on the bottom.
Yes.
Very nice.
Mike.
Oh, man.
Now we have the fun of trying to get it out.
Yeah.
Okay. The next thing I'd like to try to do is that whitish, that bright sediment that's right in front of us. First of all, maybe get Excalibur and just see if it's at all soft. And if not, we might try to just like rip off a chunk of it. Does that make sense? Oh yeah, we could also use the scoop. Maybe the scoop that's in the rock box on the port side. We can also just try to like shove that in the white stuff. See if that works. Good idea. No, we maybe don't need to do Excalibur first. I think we just try with the. We can't get over there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We can try there.
Yeah. You're fine. There's not a way to get in there.
which one you want to do. There's two. There's a bag scoop and then there's that scoop.
The metal scoop.
This one here, yeah.
Yeah, the one with the monkey fist you're grabbing. Taking your
Push it in.
So this, yeah, what lighter material is what we're trying to get. So whether you want to go in and out or go away and come back, whatever you want, think would make the most sense. And it's fine if you get the little black rock too.
We're teetering, so trying to figure out where it's down, about push it up in the front. That makes sense.
Too far for that like that.
Yeah, there's no perfect place, just wherever is easiest.
Just, I was trying to get that down there, but
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, whatever you can grab. It might not be very thick. We don't really know.
Yeah, I got some crust to it.
Can you take a still, please, Miguel? Okay. Okay. Yes. See a little worms swimming right at the bottom of the frame. So for anybody new to the dive, we are on Tengosed Seamount. This is our second dive at this location. We are sitting in front of a hole that is weeping slightly warmed fluids. Background temperature here is about 1.8 degrees Celsius. We measured up to about 3.2 degrees Celsius. Shimmering water coming out of that hole at the top of the frame. This is the second location of this low temperature venting that we've now found in this area, the other being at Dorado Outcrop. a very exciting find for us today. Okay, and we'll put that in rock box 1B, which I think is right in front of us. 2B, sorry, on the left side there, or whichever of those works for you.
Open it, the rock box.
Yeah, one of those spots.
Watch out for you.
Yeah, any of these, you said.
Yep, any of these is fine.
Like, as much as like.
Okay, so that's actually D.
2D.
Yeah, thanks.
I think these the other side.
Anything else for this thing, or do you want?
No,
this
you can go
just-
ahead and stow the scoop. And then the final thing we'll do here, once the sediment clears, is take a misting sample.
You want it right here at the, where we're sitting or up, it doesn't matter.
As close as where the rock was as we got it, so probably just sitting here. Although,
2.55 or one of each.
one of each.
We're gonna do it 5 meter, 2.5 meter. Yeah. But where I have it.
Yes, yes, thanks.
Yeah, but I want to clear it a little bit, unfortunately.
Yeah, we want to wait till a little bit of this debris clears out of the water before we fire them.
Four and five.
Give me a minute, I'm trying to go some of that.
Oh yeah, thanks. Hey Mike, do you mind zooming out on the nav map?
That's not.
Either one, either yours or his. Yeah, okay, thank you. I can almost look, see this collab feature we're in, just barely, if I imagine.
Those of you that have been on some of our earlier dives know that this sediment really likes to just stick around in the water. But we're waiting for it to clear a bit, and then we're going to collect some water samples by triggering these little switches over here, and that'll slam shut two of the Niskin bottles on board, which collect a sample of water at the location of the ROV at that time.
It's getting there. What's that?
Probably push it a little bit longer. Okay.
Well, we're going to be climbing.
Yeah, yes, that's so we can go a little longer.
Yeah.
Since that's not off anyway, you know, like.
Yeah. We pushed it yesterday and then we were up late. Okay, I think this is probably as clean as it's going to get. So let's, dealer's choice, which number you want to trigger first?
I'll just do 4 and 5.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Well, so we'll see which one's actually triggered. So there's 4.
In my head, it's just that.
And 5.
There you go. All right, 5 definitely on it. Hold on one second.
Well,
You guys are still there, sir? That's fine.
I think it's fine.
Right.
We'll just assume it worked. I don't think you can see number 4 from this angle, can you?
Usually it's dangling just a bit. All right.
You can see one dangling here. Okay, I think we're done in this little spot here. And when we hop up, if we can just maybe do a little flyby of this feature just to see how extensive it is, or if it's just this one little pit. It's a lovely still highlight there, please, Miguel. Highlight. And we can turn the lasers off, please. So again, this is now the second place on this part of the seafloor, the second outcrop where we have, or a seamount where we have detected low temperature hydrothermal venting coming out of these ancient volcanoes. You can see we're on the southern part of the summit of Tengosed Seamount coming into view here. Yesterday we did that feature on the right where you see those mass wasting events where those walls are very steep. Today we're on a more gentle slope but following a ridge line back up to that summit. What are you doing? It's fine. Don't worry about it. It'll be the mystery. How deep is the hole? We don't know. So my guess is that this, you see that this, what looks like a sheet flow, it's kind of, which is collapsed over this, is maybe an indication of where this venting is. It's maybe slightly eroding away the sediment, but yeah, it's just this one feature. Can we bring the gain up just a tad?
It looked like the little collapsed triangle area behind it might have linked up with that, but. Yeah, the 15 will lead more like ocean water when you're moving and stuff, but not an issue in your system. And then 50, if you have the right lights on, we're going to strike advantage of that, so just keep an eye on it. But yeah. Oh, it does. Yes. Because your shutter should stay open for each frame more. When you're doing that, staying open for 1/8 of a second. And then as you get a larger number on one side there, it's a faster and faster frame, and so less light can actually enter the camera.
I also have lots.
That's cool. Yeah. It's nice that we can change our settings a little bit.
Do you mind kind of pivoting your view left and right just so we can see around?
We'll get there. Sure.
We can go. Did we already put in the ship's move?
No, we paused them.
What's that?
We paused them, we haven't started them up yet.
Okay.
Continue.
Yes, please. We'll want to go ahead and continue to waypoint 2 or waypoint 4.
Bridge ROV, you can continue moving now.
I don't know, it increased a little bit, did it?
Literally 1 degree.
Too much flow.
Yeah, the bridge, they didn't respond. We told them to get on, we started moving it.
Yeah. Bridge, ROV, we've got an updated waypoint again.
Continue on next waypoint.
All right, we got a little bit of a handover happening here. Swapping in. Adam looks like into pilot seat. We're going to have Tyler and co-pilot.
Oh, we've got a changeover and shift for the pilots. So once we get moving, I'll also hand over to the next watch lead here. Very exciting morning for us here, finding our second example of low temperature hydrothermal flow. You all right over there?
What is going on?
So you want one like this? That's not. You want one like this?
Lock it up.
There we go. It's just, I couldn't get to go forward.
A little bit of chair shuffling here.
Yeah, that one is really pitched forward.
Yeah. Adam wanted a particular throne.
Chair malfunction. All right, off to waypoint 4.
Yes, please. Adam, I don't know if you saw when you came in. So what was just to our left is like a collapse feature.
Okay.
And we found low temperature venting there.
Saw that, yeah.
So that's kind of what we're going to have our eyes set for. You got to really zoom in to see that shimmering water.
Okay.
So this also looks collapsed, but full of sediment. So not this. But now that we've seen it once, we might see it again.
Okay, so I'll get nice and low and just
Yeah, I mean, you don't need to be super low. I think we'll see the feature and then get closer to it. So we don't need to fly super close to the bottom. We'll still kind of be in explorer mode. I'm gonna pitch forward a little bit here. Hi, Celeste.
So do you want to continue with the transmission or?
Yeah, we'll continue with the transect. So now we're starting again to go to waypoint 4. Everything we've seen so far is just kind of these sheets, sheet flows, and then where we just were, right, it was collapsed, and that's where the hole was. So,
And I noticed that you have been sampling lots of rocks. Do you want to sample more rocks or you want to aim for the?
well, if you see shimmering water again,
Yeah, exactly.
text me.
Yeah. Otherwise, then we just go for the.
All right, while the scientists do their handoff, for anyone who maybe just tuned in, you're watching live footage from the remotely operated vehicle SuBastian from 2,000 meters below the surface of the Pacific Ocean off of Costa Rica. We are streaming this live from research vessel Falcor 2. And currently we're working our way up Tengosed Seamount, looking for more of that shimmering, flowing hot water. Or warm water, I suppose. It's not super hot. It's just warmer.
Hi, everybody. This is Celeste Sanchez Noguera from the University of Costa Rica. I'm just taking over from Bet Orkut, one of our co-lead chief scientists. I'm going to be with you for the next hour in this exploration of the Tengosed Seamount. This is the second dive that we actually do in this place. The first one was yesterday, and we just decided to come back because we found so many interesting and cool stuff. So right now we are just heading to our next point. And so far it has been really interesting because actually we were able to find some shimmering water in this place, and actually seems to be that Tengosed is not only a recharge site as we used to think, but apparently there is also going on a local discharge of low temperature water. And this is very interesting because this has never been described before, at least not for this particular site. So we are just going to continue to look whether we can find more shimmering water, and then moving forward to the next waypoint, and also trying to find more of these bell-shaped sponges that we spotted yesterday, because this could be also a new species. Some of the worldwide experts told us that this could be probably part of the Euplectellidae family, and one of the goals for this dive is also try to collect one of those sponges. Hola a todos los que nos están escuchando, bienvenidos a esta nueva hora de transmisión. Mi nombre es Celeste Sánchez Noguera y yo los voy a estar acompañando por el próximo ratito de aquí hasta el mediodía hora local. En este momento nos encontramos en el segundo buceo del monte submarino Tengosed, y básicamente decidimos regresar a este punto porque ayer encontramos cosas súper interesantes. Una de las cosas que encontramos cerca de la cresta fue lo que aparentemente es un sitio de reproducción de rayas blancas del Pacífico. Y también encontramos unos jardines de esponjas con forma de flor o de campana que podrían ser incluso registros nuevos. Entonces, en este buceo en particular o en la próxima hora, nuestros objetivos van a ser tratar de identificar si vemos más emanaciones de agua caliente, y también tratar de recolectar una de estas esponjas con forma de campana. Les agradecemos por la sintonía, y pueden anotar sus preguntas o comentarios en el chat de cualquiera de las redes sociales. Vamos a estar atentos. Gracias.
Was that shimmer in that fault line?
Sorry?
Was that shimmer part of this kind of fault line?
No, it was just like as if you were in the sheet flow and then there was a hole.
So right now we are just looking like to the different biodiversity of this seamount Tengosed. As you can tell from the video, there are like lots of different black corals, and also some bamboo corals, octocorals, few glass sponges over there. Estamos viendo la diversidad de fauna que encontramos en este monte submarino Tengosed. Realmente el fondo de este monte está cubierto en su mayoría por octocorales, por algunos corales negros, por varias esponjas de vidrio, de lo que parecerían ser diferentes especies también. Oh, look at that, there is an octopus. Y en este momento acabamos de presenciar o ver lo que sería el primer pulpo de este buceo. Entonces, vamos ahora a tratar de medir la temperatura del sitio o acercarnos a ver si vemos alguna emanación de agua caliente. So that's the first octopus that we spot during this dive. We are going to get a little bit closer and also check if there is any evidence of shimmering water. Can we place the lasers, guys, please, so we can have it as reference? Okay, thank you. So there are the lasers. Just as a reminder, the distance between the two lights is 10 centimeters, and that helps us to give like an approximate size of all the animals. That seems to be like quite a big octopus.
There's no signs of shimmering.
There is no signs of shimmering water exactly. So we are just going to take pictures of the octopus.
Yes. It's octopus in the genus moose octopus. It's like those at Dorado. Species level, I don't know.
Okay, so the octopus expert here on board, Dr. Gianni Boyd, is just confirming that it seems to be the genus of the same species that we have at Dorado, Moose octopus genus. But of course, we cannot tell for sure what will be the species. At least it seems to be of the genus Moose octopus. Acá la experta en pulpos que tenemos a bordo, la doctora Jane Boyd, acaba de confirmar que este es del mismo género de los pulpos que encontramos o avistamos previamente en el afloramiento rocoso El Dorado, del género Musoctopus. Vamos a hacer unas tomas y varias fotografías de cerca que nos permitan continuar con esta documentación visual, pero no vamos a tratar de recolectar este espécimen. De momento solamente vamos a documentarlo por videos o por fotografías. Muchísimas gracias también a todos aquellos ticos que se encuentran también fuera de Costa Rica y que nos están siguiendo en las transmisiones. Realmente es un placer poder llevar un poco de nuestro fondo marino a todo el mundo. So that was really exciting, actually. There was no evidence of shimmering water, but there was this first octopus in Tengosed Seamount, so at least sort of today's dive. So
We dropped a marker, so
Oh,
we know
okay.
where she is.
okay,
I assume it's.
okay. So we drop a marker, and we have like this place just recorded for future references. We know where it is in case we want to come back to this area, and we're going to keep looking in the surroundings. Sometimes where is one octopus, there also used to be few more, if in case it is a good spot. Vamos a continuar explorando un poco en los alrededores de esta área. Lo que hicimos fue marcar el punto. Nosotros tenemos muchos puntos georreferenciados, entonces lo que hacemos es marcar el punto en caso de que queramos regresar a explorar el área y ya tenemos como referencia dónde fue que avistamos a este espécimen. Como les comentaba, parece ser que es el mismo género de los pulpos que vimos previamente en el afloramiento rocoso El Dorado. En este caso no procedimos con la recolecta del organismo porque realmente nuestras recolectas son bastante planificadas. La idea es únicamente recolectar a los organismos que sean estrictamente necesarios y para ello además contamos con todos los permisos de investigación que emiten las autoridades nacionales.
Starting to see some of those little white worms attached to the rock. Sometimes that can be an indication.
So there are some more octocorals. One of these fly trap anemones, apparently. Another stalk spongy. So this is a really great place. Tengosed Seamount has been like a really nice discovery, and we think that this it's actually a recharge site, but just like 1 hour ago or so, actually we found some shimmering water, which means that this could also be acting as a local discharge site, which is actually pretty interesting. Una de las cosas por las que estamos explorando este sitio es porque creemos que es un sitio de recarga de agua frío, pero hace aproximadamente una hora en el buceo también descubrimos emanaciones de agua levemente más caliente, lo cual es un indicativo de que en realidad este sitio también puede estar funcionando no solamente como un sitio importante de recarga, para este flujo hidrotermal que tenemos, sino también como un sitio de pequeña descarga local. Estamos haciendo un acercamiento. Ahí está el segundo pulpo que vemos, como les decía, donde hay uno usualmente en los alrededores suelen haber más. So there is the second octopus. We are just like looking around the surroundings.
So we also see shrimp and these worms.
Yeah.
And
Maybe we can take like a. Do you want to take like a temperature measurement?
I'm trying to see if we see any
Yeah,
shimmering.
yeah.
I can kind of convince myself that I
Yeah.
see it. Is there
But-
any way to get any closer, Adam?
But the rock looks kind of cleaner.
What's
So the rock looks kind of cleaner. So
It does look cleaner.
Yeah.
But it also has those characteristic animals.
yeah, that's right.
That's going to be hard to sample.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to bulldoze some rocks out of the way.
Cuando encontramos lo que creemos que pueden ser emanaciones de agua caliente, lo que procedemos a hacer también es a recolectar muestras de agua que luego nos puedan servir para caracterizar a nivel químico y microbiológico cómo es el agua de estos sitios en los que además están viviendo los pulpos. Entonces, no vemos indicios de lo que podría ser una emanación de agua levemente cálida. Generalmente se ve el agua distorsionada por un cambio en la densidad debido a la diferencia de temperatura, pero de momento pareciera que no hay diferencias. So we couldn't notice any evidence of shimmering water in this area where this second octopus was found, but we are going to just try to keep looking and see. In case we see anything that could seems like shimmering water, then we will just like collect a sample of water in order to characterize the chemistry and the macrobiology of the water.
No shimmering here.
So there is no shimmering.
Okay.
We're just going to keep looking.
Two now, though.
That's two.
Okay, that's great.
And we're just now getting on the more pronounced part of the ridge, so I'm feeling good.
Okay, so our co-chief scientist says she's feeling just good, very confident. Just now we are just getting on the one of the both parts of the seamount. So parece ser que esto podría ser una zona bastante prometedora en este monte submarino Tengosed. Así que cruzamos los dedos para ver si tal vez podemos encontrar más pulpos durante este buceo exploratorio en lo que es la cresta o la cima del monte submarino Tengosed.
This terrain's interesting with those bars of rock.
Vamos a tratar de mantener los ojos bien abiertos, a ver si podemos divisar algún otro pulpo debajo de las rocas o en algunas de las grietas. Así que igual, si alguno de ustedes en casa viendo la transmisión ve algo que tal vez nosotros no vemos, más ojos pueden descubrir más cosas. Así que los invitamos a ayudarnos a tratar de encontrar dónde pueden haber pulpos escondidos. So the more eyes, the better. We are just inviting everybody who is actually following the live streaming to help us look around if they see any evidence of octopus just hiding under the rocks or in the cracks. some really cool animals that we can spot here in this area. Lots of octocorals. Lo que estamos haciendo en este momento es observando cuidadosamente debajo de todas las rocas, en las grietas, a ver si podemos encontrar más pulpos, dado que acabamos justamente de encontrar 2 en los últimos minutos. Vamos a ver si topamos con suerte de encontrar más.
Esos hilos ahí, esos son black corals.
Ah, yo creí que eran octocorals.
No, esos hilitos son black corals. Aquellos son corals y ese como una cosa es un black coral.
Ah, este sí, este es un batipato, ¿no?
No,
O algo parecido, ok.
Pero la diferencia es que hay muchos de esos hilos.
Ujú.
Ese es un
Acá Acá vemos algunas plumas de mar en el fondo y efectivamente muchísimos corales negros, además de ontocorales. Este que se ve aquí ahorita en el primer plano, que parece como un diente de león gigante, es un octocoral del género Antomastus. So just a really lot of octocorals and black corals on this spot. Some sea pens over there.
Like you're talking about that dark spot just kind of below the.
Hold now.
Yeah, I saw that. That's just
East of the.
we just passed
To
like
the
a
left.
wall that looked like
And maybe waypoint 4 is one as well. That one
It looked like shimmering.
like shimmer.
To the left, sort of.
So can we move to the left?
Sorry.
Behind us and to the left.
Yeah. So there seem to be some shimmering on the left side, so we are just going back a little bit and check it out. Parece ser que tal vez hay un indicio de emanación de agua levemente caliente. Entonces vamos a volvernos un poquito para ver si podemos observarlo. Vemos que igual hay bastantes tubos de poliquetos adheridos a estas rocas. So we're just having a look to see if we can find where the shimmering or the evidence of probably small shimmering was spotted. Esto que estamos viendo, como les comenté hace poco, se llaman plumas de mar, estas estructuras largas que salen del sedimento, que son con un tono un poco más brillante, como en tonos cálidos.
Sometimes it looks like shadow too.
Seguimos buscando entonces evidencia de emanaciones de agua levemente más caliente o algún pulpo que esté sacando un tentáculo por ahí debajo de alguna roca. Vemos en este momento una esponja de vidrio, exactinélida, euplectela, perdón. Y varios octocorales y corales negros también en esta toma que estamos viendo en este momento. El avistamiento de dos pulpos en un tiempo tan corto atrajo la atención de muchísimos de los científicos que estamos acá, así que ya el cuarto de control se ha empezado a llenar un poco más de gente porque definitivamente es súper emocionante. So obviously there was really exciting to spot two octopus. So the control room is now getting a little bit crowded with people just running to check out what is going on. Beautiful octocorals, anemones, some black corals as well. Definitivamente es increíble ver estos organismos. Estamos viendo en este momento algunas anémonas, unos octocorales del género Antomastus también, varios corales negros. Algunos son con formas más ramificadas, otros son como pequeñas estructuras alargadas. En este momento nos encontramos a 1998 metros de profundidad en el monte submarino Tengosed. So we are right now about 2,000 meters in this Tengosed Seamount. There is a sea urchin just sitting on the bottom. Esto que se ve acá al lado de la pluma de mar es un erizo de mar, bastante grande. Como pueden ver en algunos de estos octocorales hay muchísimas estrellas quebradizas que están en las ramas del octocoral. Este tipo de asociaciones son bastante comunes entre los octocorales y las estrellas de mar quebradizas. Vemos aquí varias esponjas de vidrio, tanto de las que se conocen como canastas de Venus como de las que tienen una forma más alargada. Recuerden que muchísimas de las especies que se encuentran en zonas profundas no necesariamente han sido descritas o identificadas. Entonces, en muchos casos se puede, digamos, tratar de establecer cuál es el género por similitud con especies que se conocen de otros lugares, pero para poder tener una identificación correcta, generalmente tenemos que recolectar el organismo para poder analizar las estructuras que ayudan con la identificación taxonómica. En el caso, por ejemplo, de las esponjas, así como de los octocorales, de los corales negros, es importante recolectar los organismos para luego poder examinar bajo el microscopio unas estructuras pequeños que ellos tienen, que forman, digamos, como parte de su esqueleto, de su estructura. Y estas estructuras llamadas escleritas son las que ayudan también con la identificación. So just a reminder, like we don't know like for sure all the species from the deep sea because some of them have never been described before. So what we really have to do is to collect some of the organisms, some cases, for example, with sponges, octocorals, and black corals. And then when we are back on land, we take into the lab and we can look under the microscope for the sclerites, these tiny structures that are usually embedded in the tissue, for example, of the octocorals or the black corals. And this allows us to have a good identification or taxonomic description of the different species. Nuevamente le agradecemos a todas las personas que están conectados y siguiendo los buceos en este momento explorando el monte submarino Tengosed. Sabemos que nos escuchan desde diferentes partes del mundo, no solamente de acá de Costa Rica, sino también nos han escrito que nos escuchan desde Canadá, desde Suiza. Y para nosotros es realmente emocionante tener la oportunidad de abrirles esta ventana para que vean un poco más de cerca los secretos que esconde el gigante azul, en este caso explorando las profundidades del fondo oceánico Tico. Can we make like a closer look to the one that was in the left, please? Yeah, thanks. This one, the white one? Okay, yeah, that one. Just like the, oh, sorry, this one over here. Yeah, that one, right? Yeah, that one over there. And then maybe with the lasers on and then the close-up, please. Thank you. So we are going to turn on the lasers just to have a reference scale for the size of this black coral. This black coral that we are just seeing on the frame. Yeah, it's about 5 centimeters. And now we are getting the close-up. In this case, it's really important to have like good close-up look of this species because that help a lot for the identification of the animals. So trying to get a better zoom of it. ¿Así o más? ¿Sí logró alguna buena? ¿Sí? ¿O hacemos otra? ¿Sí? Okay, yeah, it's good now. Thanks.
You good?
Yeah, we're good. So there are several zoanthids also on the rocks. Pueden ver ahí también varios animales alargaditos pequeños que salen de la roca, son zoántidos en este caso solitarios. Y les recordamos que el nombre no oficial de este sitio es Tengosed. Y se llama así porque se cree que es un sitio de recarga, donde lo que significa es que básicamente hay un ingreso de agua fría que eventualmente es transportada por la corteza terrestre a otro sitio que sería un sitio de descarga en estas zonas. Y precisamente como es un sitio de recarga donde lo que se hace es capturar agua, por eso fue que lo nombraron como Tengosed hace unos 10 años cuando identificaron esta característica tan particular en esta zona. So we are really close to the waypoint 4. And for this dive, the same as yesterday's, we also have in our dive plan 9 different waypoints. So we are almost halfway from the distance that we are planning to cover during today's dive. Really lots of black corals in this area, in this site. Continuamos viendo una gran abundancia y diversidad de corales negros y de octocorales también. Vamos a hacer un zoom rápido en estas grietas que estamos viendo para tratar de identificar si hay alguna emanación de agua caliente o, con suerte, algún pulpo. Como pueden ver, estas rocas están levemente más limpias y eso usualmente es un indicativo de cuando hay emanaciones de agua, porque generalmente estas emanaciones de agua tienden a remover el sedimento que de otra forma se acumularía sobre las rocas. So we were just having a look on those rocks. They seem to be a little bit cleaner, but there was no evidence of shimmering. Continuamos con la exploración del monte submarino Tengosed. En este momento estamos bastante cerca de lo que sería el punto 4 para el buceo del día de hoy, al igual que el plan del buceo del día de ayer. Tenemos 9 puntos marcados, lo cual significa que estamos cerca de lo que sería la mitad del plan de buceo que tenemos para el día de hoy. Vamos a continuar observando de cerca debajo de estas rocas porque ahí podrían haber pulpos y en los casos también cuando generalmente observamos que las rocas se encuentran levemente más limpias, puede ser un indicativo de emanaciones de agua. Queremos aprovechar para saludar a Agnes Emily, nos están escuchando desde México y para nosotros es muy importante que este tipo de transmisiones sirvan también para acercar no solamente a los adultos, sino también a los más pequeños a este mundo submarino. Recordemos que permitir abrir esta ventana nos permite no solamente educar, sino también sensibilizar a las personas sobre la importancia de estos ecosistemas tan frágiles. So that's a really big crab. Can we turn the lasers on, please? Thank you. Okay. Okay, I can see them. So now we're going to take a frame grab with scale of this crab. Oh yeah, it's missing several, at least three appendages. Oh wow. Could be a tough life in the deep sea, right? Okay, so moving on, just keep our eyes open to see if there is a shimmering or something that could be an octopus under the rocks. The exploratory dives are definitely very exciting because you never know what you are going to find out, right? This expedition, it's actually exploring a lot of new places. There is another big crab, these ones that we just spotted a few meters ago. One of those sea stars that they spotted yesterday that seems like Patrick Sea Star. Ayer durante uno de los buceos divisaron una de estas estrellas de mar que nos recuerdan un poco a Patricio de las caricaturas. Acabamos justo de pasar una. Tenemos un pepino de mar transparente también en la imagen que acabamos de pasar. So we just passed by another of these cool transparent sea cucumbers.
Yeah, if you move him kind of parallel to waypoint 5, but about 100 and, I don't know, 10 meters up. Yeah, and then just get a measuring tool and just kind of give him a little measure.
So the distance between each waypoint, it's about 200 meters. And we have a transect plan with 9 different waypoints. So far we have already explored about 600 meters from the total of 1,600 meters that we have for today's dive plan. La distancia entre cada punto dentro del transecto son 200 metros y en este momento hemos explorado aproximadamente 600 metros de los 1,600 que tenemos planificados para el buceo de hoy. Varios octocorales y algunos y corales negros también podemos ver en esta imagen. Estos que se ven como estructuras alargadas, como hilos blancos finos, son corales negros. Y lo que vemos al fondo son unas esponjas bastante grandes. Can we turn the lasers on for the scale of the sponge, please? Thanks. Okay. We have seen really huge organisms in these places. As you can tell, this sponge, it's about 40, 50 centimeters diameter apparently, based on the scale that we are just using at the moment with the lasers. And it's also full of crinoids and some echinoderms. It's amazing because really, for example, sponges or even octocorals, they hold a lot of symbiosis with other animals. Esta esponja que estamos viendo en este momento es bastante grande. La referencia con los láser, que les recuerdo que la distancia entre las dos luces es de 10 centímetros, nos indica que tiene más o menos unos 40, 50 centímetros de ancho. Y como podían observar, estaba además con diferentes organismos que están aprovechando la estructura tridimensional de la esponja como un sustrato, como eran, por ejemplo, crinoideos, estrellas quebradizas. Can we have a look? Yeah, can we check this purple little one, please? I'm not sure, maybe that one is also the same, but yeah, that one. So we check first this one and then that one, please. Yeah, please. It's quite small, the purple one. We are just checking right now. We're now going for the close-up. Oh, that's really, really nice. Yeah. So we are trying to get like a good shot of this octocoral. Estamos tratando de hacer un acercamiento y ver si podemos mejorar la nitidez de la imagen para poder tener una buena captura de este organismo que estamos viendo en este momento. So maybe we can try to check if the one on the other side it's the same, and then probably that will be easier to focus. I don't know. Okay, now you get it. Okay, perfect. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. So this could be Victogorgia, according to our expert on board, Dr. Odaliska Bridi. So we are going to check whether we can collect this specimen or not. Remember that we have like a set of containers and bio boxes in SuBastian, but we also have to keep space in case we found like other different species in the remaining hours of the dive. So vamos a confirmar si tenemos visto bueno para recolectar este espécimen. Como les decía al inicio del buceo, en realidad nuestras recolectas son muy planificadas, no recolectamos cualquier cosa que encontremos, solamente algunos de los que tengamos duda con la identificación o que consideremos que podrían ser especies o géneros nuevos. Y también tenemos que tomar en cuenta que tenemos cantidades, digamos, limitadas de espacio en los contenedores o los recipientes que están a bordo del submarino. Entonces, vamos a revisar el otro. Can we have a look on the one that is on the upper right corner? Thank you. So we are going to have a look. We are going to have a look on that. This seems bigger, and if it's the same species, then probably we are going to try to sample on this one. Okay, did you get the picture with the laser on? Okay, so now we can go for the zoom, guys. Thank you. Okay. So getting a better close-up. Yeah, and it seems to be the same Victor Gorgia species as the one that we just had a few meters ago. So if that is the case, and because this is like a bigger specimen, we are going to collect this one. That's a really beautiful color. Definitivamente un color muy lindo, el de este octocoral. Y como es un individuo o un espécimen más grande que el que acabamos de ver, entonces vamos a tratar de recolectar este. Me avisa cuando tiene close-up. ¿Y yo dónde quiere que hagamos el corte? Do you think it will be possible to get the whole animal, or it's too complicated?
Yeah, just throw it in the bottle box.
Yeah,
It's like small, huh?
just
Like
let me
this?
check. What do we have available? What about a queer core? It's like what, 10 centimeters tall, roughly?
It's the width that might be an issue.
Ah, okay. But I think the branches will go closer anyway. There is no risk of like breaking the branches, right?
Yes, you can cut it. If the branches break, anyway, you will break.
So you think a coral quiver will be okay? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is so it goes to coral quiver number 2. Vamos a vamos a recolectar este espécimen entonces, que nos va a ayudar a la identificación taxonómica. Como les digo, en este caso, la experta nos indicó que parece ser del género Victorgorgia, pero para poder determinar cuál es la especie, necesitamos definitivamente hacer análisis o estudios más en detalle en el laboratorio con las estructuras que les indicaba previamente que se utilizan para la identificación taxonómica de estos grupos de nidarios. Entonces, vamos a tratar de recolectar al organismo completo, dado que no es tan grande. Y como les hemos comentado en reiteradas veces, todos las colectas, los especímenes que estamos recolectando en esta expedición se depositan en el Museo de Zoología de la Universidad de Costa Rica, que es el repositorio oficial nacional para todo este tipo de organismos. De esa forma, luego quedan a disposición de la comunidad científica, no solamente para la descripción que se va a hacer posterior a la expedición, sino para cualquier otro estudio que se requiera hacer en el futuro. So we are just going for this one, and as other colleagues have mentioned previously, all the animals that we are collecting during this expedition are actually going to be deposited in the Zoology Museum of the University of Costa Rica. That's the official national repository for all these specimens. Okay, that's a nice catch. So, okay, that went pretty well. And the advantage is that it's like a 2x1, so we have not only the octocoral, but also some other animals like the brittle stars. La ventaja, además de haber recolectado este espécimen, no solamente porque es más grande, sino porque además tiene asociadas las estrellas quebradizas, estos equinodermos. Entonces eso nos va a permitir identificar dos organismos. Es como un 2x1 de colecta en este caso. Vamos a ver cómo logran acomodarlos los pilotos del submarino. Toda la parte técnica detrás de las fotografías de los transectos, de cómo recolectan el organismo y luego cómo lo logran hacer entrar en los diferentes contenedores que tenemos en el submarino, es realmente impresionante. So, yeah, that went smoothly, beautiful. Celebration here in the control room. It was really, really great sampling, very clean. Fue definitivamente una colecta bastante limpia. Se pudo extraer el organismo desde la base y se logró depositar con la integridad total en el recipiente contenedor. No se dañó cuando se depositó. Es realmente impresionante además el control o el dominio que tienen los pilotos de las distintas herramientas del submarino SuBastian. Yeah, we definitely share the pilots here in the control room. That was a really, really nice sampling. Beautiful sample, definitely. So after this sampling, we are moving forward to the waypoint 5. Just keeping our eyes open for any signs of shimmering or octopus, or also the beautiful bell-shaped sponges that we spotted yesterday in this Tengosed Seamount. So you can see the lasers on the bottom or in the middle of the frame, and that helped us a lot because it gives us like a good estimation of the size of some of these different animals. Sometimes it's hard to tell, like when you have nothing as scale or as reference, if the organisms are small or quite big. Yesterday, for example, at the end of the dive, we spotted like a huge anemone, and so there are like a bunch of brittle stars just sitting on the bottom, along with beautiful small field of sea pens. So now we are getting like change of shift with one of the pilots of the SuBastian. So we are saying goodbye and thank you to Adam and welcoming Chris as one of the pilots of SuBastian. Vemos varias estrellas quebradizas en este momento en el fondo y también algunas plumas de mar que salen del sedimento, varios corales negros efectivamente y otros octocorales también. Definitivamente es impresionante la diversidad de estos ecosistemas y parte de lo que se quiere con estas expediciones es tratar de caracterizarlos lo más posible. Recordemos que no podemos proteger lo que no conocemos, así que el primer paso es tratar de conocer qué es lo que albergan nuestros fondos marinos. ¿Ya tienen de esos que son como amarillos? Bueno, ya lo pasamos. Hay unos que son como chiquititos amarillos. Es que esos son los que no pudieron aparecer en la mañana, ¿no? No sé. No, el que yo vi es diferente. Sí. So we are going to try to speed up a little bit to move forward to waypoint 5. Unless we spot one of these bell-shaped glass sponges, then we stop because that's also one of the goals for this dive. Try to get one of those. The bell-shaped ones, like the ones that we had yesterday, like beautiful sponges, yeah. Vamos a tratar de avanzar un poquito más rápido para llegar al punto 5. Les recuerdo que para este buceo tenemos planificado una exploración total de 1.600 metros y si llegamos al punto 5 estaríamos justamente en la mitad del transecto que definimos previamente. Todavía nos quedan unas cuantas horas de buceo, pero tenemos que asegurarnos que vamos con el tiempo. Can we check what is this? ¿Qué es eso? We are trying to figure out whether this is a dead animal or trash. It seems like a plastic bottle. Let's have just like a close. Yeah, it definitely is a plastic bottle. Unfortunately, we get also some signs of contamination, human contamination, even here in the deep ocean. So that's something that we have to raise awareness about. Our actions, whether good or bad, can go way beyond of our side. Lamentablemente, lo que acabamos de observar era una botella de plástico a casi 2.000 metros de profundidad y es una triste realidad que la contaminación o la huella humana negativa pueda llegar incluso a estas profundidades. Así que en este caso lo que hacemos es utilizar este tipo de evidencias para hacer conciencia sobre el impacto de la actividad humana en los diferentes ecosistemas. So I have here just on my back the expert in octocorals on board, and also the expert in the national expert in coral reefs and some of deep sea environments, and they're just having a look and checking whether some of the animals that we are seeing in this transect could be of interest for sampling or not. There is another sea cucumber. Acabamos de ver un pepino de mar, de los que hemos observado en los diferentes buceos, no solamente en este sitio de Tengosed. So we are now about halfway between waypoint 4 and waypoint 5, and I'm going to just hand it over to my colleague and expert in corals, Dr. Jorge Cortez Núñez. He's from the University of Costa Rica, and he will be with you for the next hour of the dive. Voy ahora a pasarle el micrófono al colega Dr. Jorge Cortés de la Universidad de Costa Rica, quien los va a estar acompañando durante la próxima hora de transmisión en este buceo exploratorio en el monte Tengosed. Muchas gracias y ojalá puedan continuar en sintonía con nosotros por el resto del buceo. Les recuerdo que estamos en este momento cerca de la mitad del transecto que tenemos planificados para el día de hoy.
Muy buenas tardes, habla Jorge Cortés de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Los voy a estar acompañando durante la próxima hora en esta exploración de este monte submarino Tengosed, una otra sección diferente a la de ayer. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. I'm Jorge Cortés from the University of Costa Rica, and I'll be here for the next hour exploring another section of this seamount, Tengosed, that we started yesterday. So we haven't reached waypoint 4. Or we
were past waypoint 4.
Okay. Okay. And then they mark it. Okay. We continue our journey up to the seamount, and probably we'll see, like yesterday when we reached the summit, that there was a lot of organisms. This is a relatively shallow seamount. Right now we're at 1,175 meters and below sea level, and we're moving up. Previously, we were in much deeper waters, around the 3,000 meters depth. Aquí vamos a continuar subiendo este monte submarino Tengosed. En este momento estamos a 1974 metros y seguimos subiendo. Y es muy probable que cuando lleguemos a la cima vamos a toparnos con mucha riqueza como vimos ayer.
Just one of the sponges that we wanted to look at.
Yeah, let's take a look at that. There's something else here. Okay, we've seen that before. Now I see it well. Yeah, let's take a look at this sponge. We're coming up with another of these glass sponges. No, just look at it. Where they okay, yeah, we'll do one with the lasers and without lasers. Yeah. Yeah, so it's like looks like about 20 centimeters high by 10 centimeters. And around it we see black corals. We collected one of those yesterday. Vemos esta esponja de vasija de unos 10 centímetros de ancho por unos 20 de alto y alrededor vemos coral negro, esos hilos finitos blancos. Es un coral negro que colectamos ayer. Se dice coral negro porque el esqueleto es negro, lo que vemos ahora es el tejido que tiene una gran variedad de colores. Yeah, that's a beautiful view of the sponge. And on the left bottom part, we can see a chiton. It's a group of mollusks. Zooming into the details. Whoa, great. Let's take a look in the inside.
Inside of it? Okay.
Que estamos viendo detalles de la esponja y ahí vemos a la izquierda un crinoideo sobre el coral negro y un quitón, un grupo de moluscos. Vamos a ver la esponja desde arriba, parte interna. We're going to take a peek at the sponge from above. Oh, nice. Y hacia arriba de la esponja vemos una pluma de mar que hemos visto bastantes en este viaje. Estamos viendo la esponja por dentro, a veces hay otros organismos ahí adentro, aún en estas abiertas. Take a look at the sponge in the inside. Sometimes we find other organisms living in the inner part. If you look carefully, you'll see the spicules coming out like little needles all around. Those are made of glass, and you need gloves to touch the sponge because those needles are like pieces of glass that will go into your skin very easily. Podemos ver en el borde de la esponja como agujas, esos son cristales de sílice, son las espículas, eso es vidrio y al manipularlas hay que tener mucho cuidado porque si no se le entierran a uno y es como enterrarse un vidrio. Y a la derecha me parece que esos son unos zoántidos. On the right, we're seeing some zoantids.
Okay.
Ups, bueno, ya lo pasamos. Vamos a ver que avisarles antes. No way. One of these. Es este. Yeah. I want to take a good view of that one. We're going to take a look at this octocoral and again cover with sea stars, probably an ophiuroid. Great. Yeah, it's an ophiuroid and this octocoral. Wow. And that's just one ophiuroid, the brittle star. Okay. Yeah. Very nice. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. Okay. It's like 25 centimeters across, more or less. Thank you. Sí, ese octocoral con una fiura, una estrella quebradiza, y mide unos 25 centímetros de un lado a otro.
Yeah. Does the ship have a new waypoint? I can't see one.
No. Keep going. Chill. Keep the vessel going.
I didn't want you to be
Okay. Yeah.
It is dark, not a lot of everything on the dock, right? That turns floods out, but then you get the, you change to the, shutter speed, maybe, but, what is 60? It's still there.
Okay, here we continue our journey towards the summit of this seamount called Tengosed. And we see a lot of octocorals, black corals, very large sea anemones, and very good diversity of organisms here. Plus some glass sponges. And if when we zoom in, we see that there's many more creatures.
If it looks like the topography is more interesting to our right, like feel free to go over there. But yeah, this is fine also. Makes it look so easy. Yeah, Wendy, I just realized that I scheduled your whole shift over lunch. So you want to take a break or lunch? Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Yeah, I thought I had scheduled it better, but I didn't. Okay. Yeah, good. Good, and we have several spaces to put animals when we get shallower. So probably, okay, I'm thinking, if we don't find any more evidence of venting in the next 2 hours,
Okay,
which would be,
until 2.
yeah, until 2, then we spend then the last hour getting animal samples, just so that we come back up with as many samples as we can,
Okay.
instead of just like pushing it to get to the summit.
Okay.
Although people wanted animals from the summit, so if we can push it all the way up there, great, but
Okay, we'll do that
I think
then.
we'll play it by ear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you see any shimmering or something.
Yeah, I'll keep looking for them in the lab.
Yeah, and do we have to push holes?
Yeah, they're on there. Nothing's been taken yet. Yeah, I would say that's lower priority than either getting to the summit or getting animals. Because we already got a scoop of the carbonate for Maria,
Yeah, I saw that one.
or whatever it is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, good.
we see sea cucumbers, octocoral, sponges. Now, let's take a look at it. It's yeah, looks similar to the one we collected this morning. That's a hard coral. It's Cretaceous coral, and we haven't seen them before in the very deep waters, 3,000 meters, but here we are at 1,965. So, and we get to see more of these hard corals. Yeah, this is one of those cup corals. Getting the lights right. Beautiful. Yeah, we've been working on the deep water hard corals from Costa Rica with a student, and we eventually will have a publication on this. Great. There's something to the right, that white organism there. That one. ¿Cómo? Lo conectamos. Yeah, we're gonna do with the laser, without the laser, and then we'll collect this one. We don't, yeah,
Pretty small.
yeah. I think it's relatively small.
Yeah, it's pretty small.
Oh yeah. It's just like 10 centimeters across. Yeah, let's go for it. And I think we can put it in a quiver. This is flexible. Just push it.
Let's look at first.
Great. Beautiful. This is a black coral that Wendy's telling me that's here, Wendy Matamoros. She's a student from University of Costa Rica working with this group, and tells me we haven't seen this before, so we're gonna do some images and then we're gonna collect it. Yeah, and the quiver number 3. Yeah, that's ¿Cómo? En el 5. Creo que sí. Sí. Acabamos de pasar el 5.
Sure, it's not sitting out.
Oh, it's on the rock. Okay. You want the rock as well? It's sitting on the rock.
Yeah, will it fit in the quiver?
No, probably not.
So let's see if we can take it from the base.
Okay.
Like how from
Here on the rock.
yeah, grab it around here. Mm. Vamos a ver, ahí está. Ah, no está cediendo.
That's amazing.
No. Let me ask Beth if we
What's that?
maybe let me check. Maybe we just take
Do the whole rock? All right,
Yeah.
So check down.
Mhm.
That is, I think it's quite amazing.
I'm impressed.
Just changing this out real quick.
Ah. Whoa, whoa. Un supuncúlido parece, ¿eh? Yeah, we're not sure what this worm is. Podría ser. As you said, yeah, we can break it up to continue.
Okay.
But
Just to grab, just the coral.
yeah, just go.
All right, just the coral.
Gonna continue trying to get the coral. Wow. That's great. A snail. Yeah, we haven't seen many. And that's very, very small snail.
I'm gonna come in here with the ship to shore in a couple minutes. We won't stay too long, but just as a heads up.
Ah, excellent.
Camera's back, right?
Good. Mm-mm. Okay, we got it. You can see a crinoid attached to the bio box to the left, on the left. Y vemos un crinoideo pegado a la caja a la izquierda. Estamos haciendo esta operación. Fue un coral negro que no habíamos visto. Y vamos a continuar. Good. Thank you. Continue going up. So we continue going up the summit. We're following a ridge that we saw on the bathymetry that was done previous days. And so we do that. The ship goes back and forth at night, doing the bathymetry, doing measurements of the bottom, and then with those maps, those figures, we trace the directions of the sampling. Durante la noche el barco hace batimetría con una ecosonda de haz, van haciendo un mapa del fondo y usando ese mapa nos guiamos para definir puntos para la exploración con el vehículo el operado remotamente, el SuBastian, y así es como planificamos el día. Y vemos una estrella, una esponja llena de estrellas. See a large sea pan there. Yeah, brownish color, the center of the frame. More of those octocorals we've been seeing in these sections. Several species of sea stars and sea urchins. Continuamos subiendo la colina. Vemos en el fondo una gran cantidad de corales negros, varias especies de octocorales, muchos de estos con ofiuros. También vemos muchas estrellas blancas en las partes arenosas, pepinos de mar, erizos de mar. Y aquí tenemos una pluma de mar, penatulacia. Is a penatulation, is a sea pan, and this one is not attached to the rock, but it has a holdfast in the sand. See here one of these sea cucumbers we've seen, and most of what we're looking at with this, what we've been seeing, we come up this seamount called Tengosed, which is about over 200 kilometers off the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. Right now at 1,962 meters depth. Seguimos subiendo este monte submarino Tengosed, que está a unos 215 kilómetros de la costa de Costa Rica, frente a Guanacaste, en la parte norte del país, del Pacífico. Y la profundidad en este momento es de 1961 metros y la temperatura allá abajo es de 2.29 grados centígrados. Salinidad, para los que conocen de las salinidades del mar, es de 34.6, que es una salinidad normal en los mares. Aquí vemos una hermosísima anémona de mar que hemos estado viendo varias veces con esos partes blancas al final de los tentáculos. We just saw one of those anemones that we've been seeing at this site with a very characteristic white point at the end of their tentacles. This has been our shallowest dive. Right now we're 1,960 meters.
And again, we're going to be a little bit quiet in here because right now, actually, the dive lead is one of the chief scientists of this expedition, from Jorge Cortez, from the University of Costa Rica. And
Right now we're doing a ship to shore, so we do conference from the vessel to some school.
So you can see that there
You can hit her on the back.
many screens. I would say that more than 19 screens. And again, as I was saying, the dynamic is that you would have a dive lead, which is part of the scientific party. In this case, is Don Jorge Cortez from Universidad de Costa Rica. Don Jorge Cortez is the deep sea expert of our country. So for us, it's an honor to be joined and to join here in this expedition and actually help him and all Costa Ricans to understand our deep sea heritage better. So the dynamic here is that we have the awesome team of the Schmidt Ocean Institute. They are in charge of controlling the robot, navigating with the robot, and making sure that everything is in place with the sampling. And we also have here a really important person of the whole operation, which is in this case Wendy from, again, the Universidad de Costa Rica. And Wendy sits here and she makes note in an electronic system because as you can imagine, these tags are really long. So we then want to ask the specific timestamps of what we see. So for example, if you take a coral sample, if you take an optical sample, Wendy is in charge of writing that down, putting an observation timestamp so we can then afterwards go back in the video and know where and when it was taken. So yes, Gus, maybe you can.
Yeah, sure. I should add that I believe that we've got the longest dive for this ROV during this expedition. So talking about a long dive, there was multiple crews that had to come in for, I believe it was 32 or 33 hours on our was it 2 dives ago. So that's about as long as this ROV has stayed in the water ever. So we're very proud of that. So again, yeah, the job of the note taker is extremely important, right? It's going to be a long time when we're collecting tons of things. So it's extremely important to be able to mark the exact GPS base location, other biological observations, anything. We need to know where every sample was collected. We need to catalog them.
Yeah, so I would like to also take advantage of this moment to tell you that we try to.
Okay, up in the corner we see the 2 persons talking. That's Sergio Cambronero from Universidad Nacional Costa Rica and Gus Martinez from Los Angeles State University, or California State University at Los Angeles.
It's almost like a video episode there. Carefully controlling the robotic arms. And this again is surprising because there is mind-blowing precision involved. So as you can see, and before we go to the final round of questions, it is important to say that as you can see in many of the screens, there is all this is being live streamed, as you can see in the YouTube or Facebook channels. And for example, as now Dr. Jorge Cortez, while he is directing the dive, he is also able to see the questions. So later on, if you would like to keep tuning in this transmissions, please have in mind that we are able to see and read your comments. And this is very important for us because it's part of what the main objective of this expedition is, not only to advance science, but also to be able to transmit this to the rest of the world. So, vamos para decirlo en español. Todas las personas acá en el cuarto de control tienen la capacidad de ver las preguntas que pueden escribir ustedes a través de los chats de Facebook y YouTube. Así que tienen la oportunidad de tener una interacción con los científicos líderes y con los pilotos. Y que de verdad que los invitamos a que se conecten a las siguientes transmisiones y que interactúen con nosotros, porque esto es gran parte de los objetivos de este tipo de expediciones. No solamente avanzar en la ciencia, sino también tener un impacto en la audiencia mundial. All right.
Okay.
Okay, muchísimas
Well,
gracias. Thanks to all the
amazing Schmidt Ocean Institute and the scientific leads, Jorge Cortez. Thank you very much, and please keep back to work. Yeah.
Okay, that was Sergio Cambronero from Universidad Nacional and Gustavo Martinez from California State University at Los Angeles, that they're doing a tour of the boat and transmitting that to a high school in Texas right now. And we'll be doing that with several high schools in Costa Rica also, and other parts of the world. Ese era Sergio Cambronero de la Universidad Nacional y Gustavo Martínez de la Universidad del Estado de California en Los Ángeles, que están haciendo un tour del barco y mostrándoselo a estudiantes, en este caso en un colegio en Texas, pero ya hemos hecho a colegios aquí en Costa Rica y a otras partes del mundo. Y durante las próximas semanas vamos a hacer más transmisiones a colegios para motivar a los jóvenes a que se interesen por el fondo marino. Yeah, we do these ship-to-shore transmissions to high schools and public, so that people get to see this that we're seeing. Not very many people can come here, but this way we transmit this, and we do a lot of this with the high school students to motivate them to go into science, and especially to go into marine science and deep water marine science especially. And so we do that, schools from different countries, and including Costa Rica, do it in Spanish for Spanish-speaking audience. Okay, we continue going up the hill, up the Tengosed Seamount, and we're now at 1,953 meters. And it seems like we're reaching the summit. Yeah, that looked like the summit, but still more to go. So we continue our journey here. Eso parecía la cima del monte, pero era una ilusión óptica. Aquí continuamos desplazándonos. Y ahí vemos los octocorales, estrellas de mar, corales negros. Aquí tenemos uno de estos peces típicos de aguas profundas. Esta es una quimera, estos son muy típicos de estas aguas profundas. El doctor Arturo Angulo de la Universidad de Costa Rica ha hecho estudios muy profundos sobre faunas de peces de aguas de profundidad. Ha publicado mucho y es una autoridad en ese tema. Dr. Arturo Angulo from the University of Costa Rica, our archaeologist. He has done a lot of work with these deep water fishes and published many papers on these deep and very deep water fishes, of which we know relatively little. In some cases, we only know their name if we know it. And just very few cases, we know a little more of their biology. Here we are at 1,954 meters. And depth hasn't changed much. It's like a plateau on our way to the summit. We can see different sorts of organisms, like this large sea cucumber, sea urchins, sea stars, plus the like that anemone over there, the Venus flytrap anemone, and many species of octocorals. ¿Cómo? ¿Cuál? Let's see if they want to see one, but I'm not sure which one it is. ¿Cuál es? Ese que está aquí abajo. Yeah, this one. We're going to descend here to take a look at this octocoral with brittle stars. Just in this area, we can see a lot of different organisms. On the far left, there's a Sinus which is a unicellular organism that produces that sand structure. Now we're going in for this octocoral. It's wow, beautiful. That's beautiful. These cameras they have here is just impressive. It's nice, completely covered with zoanthid. Yeah, it's not an octocoral. We're trying to figure out. It looks like it's a dead octocoral or a black coral covered with zoanthids. Very good. Okay. Can have it. All right, continue. Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
motoring.
Welcome.
Hello.
We'll continue navigating up towards the summit. We'll,
What's the ship up to? Steady. Steady on. Cruise port line here. Okay. Let's go.
Waypoint 6, that's where we just passed. Okay, we're moving up to 7. The idea is to just go up towards the summit, and if we see something very special, we'll take a video, maybe collect, but mostly just move up the hill. And if we see any shivering, then we stop for sure. Okay, we continue going up the hill to the summit of this seamount, Tengosed, off the Pacific coast of Costa Rica. And see many of the organisms we see here are the ones we've been seeing before. And we expect some surprise at this summit like we did yesterday. Just coming up to this summit, we found some very interesting organisms that we haven't seen before. This is the shallowest dive we have done. Most have been around 3,000 meters, so it's very different up here from what we've seen in the much deeper waters. Continuamos entonces subiendo hacia la cima, y aquí vemos plumas de mar, los corales que hemos estado viendo, corales negros, estrellas. Y vamos a seguir navegando, llegar a la cima, a ver qué sorpresa nos encontramos ahí. Ya ayer, cuando llegamos a la cima, nos topamos con algunos organismos que no habíamos visto. Y lo que vemos aquí es muy diferente a lo que habíamos visto en los días anteriores, que estábamos a mayor profundidad. Estamos a casi 3,000 metros o más. Mientras que aquí estamos a 1,951 metros. De la misma forma que en una montaña hay diferencia en los bosques y los animales, entre una altura y otra, igual sucede aquí en el mar. Ahí vemos otro de esos corales negros, como el que colectamos hace un rato. Nice. Otra especie de coral negro. Oh, una esponja. Un par de especies de esponjas. Ah, ya. Y un huevo de raya de profundidad. So they're a case of skate. We see anemones, different sponges.
This is my third time over here. No worries, no worries. Cool. The grain on this monitor, it's hard to tell if it's shimmer or
Bueno, ya. Yeah.
So that monitor has a bit of a delay. I would avoid watching that one as much as I could. This one is filmed directly off the fiber.
Bueno, ya terminó mi sesión de hoy. Ahora las sesiones son de 1 hora. Les habló Jorge Cortés de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Y le voy a dar el campo a la doctora María Isabel Sandoval de la Escuela Centroamericana de Geología de la Universidad de Costa Rica. Ella los va a acompañar durante la próxima hora. Well, thank you very much. My shift is over. We changed to 1 hour shift. Give chance to many people to be on this seat. And now I turn it over to Dr. María Isabel Sandoval from the Geology School of University of Costa Rica. Thank you for being with us, and remember, send your questions and comments, both English and Spanish, and even Portuguese. Maida from Brazil is here with us in this following hours. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone, this is Maria from University of Costa Rica, from the Geological School. Hola a todos, es María Sandoval de la Escuela de Geología de la Universidad de Costa Rica. We are continuing our pathway to the next point, and we will be describing the geological features that we are looking here. There is a question about in the chat about if those nodular rocks are manganese. So we already took a sample here, not here, but in another place. And we split this rock and we look at it, and there is no manganese, at least is for now we can say is a lobate lava flow. So we can call it like a small pillow lavas, and that's it. It could be a small crust of some manganese could be, but we don't know. We have to analyze that. But for now, just I can tell you it's not manganese in there. It's just lava, basalt. Hay una pregunta en el chat acerca de si estos nódulos o lavas nodulares que estamos viendo son nódulos de manganeso, y les comento que en otro sitio tomamos muestras, fue en el Dorado, y lo que vimos fue que son lavas basálticas, que pueden tener tal vez una pequeña capita de algo más oscuro que podría tener o contener algunos otros elementos, pero por el momento esto no lo sabemos, por lo tanto solamente se puede decir que son lavas tipo nodular y son basaltos. Inclusive estas cortecitas o esas cortezas que tienen a veces pueden ser el mismo vidrio volcánico que es un poquito más oscuro y se nota en estas rocas. Continuaremos nuestro camino hacia el punto siguiente. Estamos en el tope del Tengosed Seamount o Monte Submarino Seamount, no Monte Submarino Tengosed, disculpen. Y lo que vamos a estar describiendo lo que vamos viendo, tanto desde el punto biológico como geológico. Y les recuerdo que estamos en búsqueda de agua como un poco, podríamos decir, brumosa, o como se dice en inglés, shimmering water, para conocer si tenemos algún tipo de flujo de calor o agua un poquito más caliente de las que hemos estado midiendo en el dive o en el buceo que hicimos ayer. For now, regarding the question about the skate egg, I don't have information about it, so maybe later we can ask some of the biologists on board what they get from this skate eggs. Lo que estamos viendo principalmente son estas lavas nodulares, basálticas, con algunos esponjas adheridas al sustrato, algunos crinoideos, corales negros, octocorales. Esto es lo que principalmente estamos viendo. Estamos en la cima del Tengosed Seamount y vamos dirigiéndonos hacia la cima en búsqueda de agua brumosa que nos podría indicar algún tipo de flujo de calor desde la superficie, hacia la superficie, disculpe. Hoy en este sitio estuvimos viendo o pudimos localizar dos o tres pulpos en algunas de las rocas, y también uno de los observaciones importantes que pudimos hacer en la mañana fue ver un poquito de una salida de agua más caliente de la que hemos estado viendo en este sitio. Por lo tanto, se creía que este sitio solamente había recarga de agua fría hacia el fondo, pero en este caso podríamos tener también un flujo de calor, una salida más caliente de esta agua que nos podrían indicar la descarga. Por acá tenemos bastantes erizos regulares, algunos octocorales bastante grandes. We can take a look at this. This stalk there. Tratando de aproximarnos acá un poco hacia este octocoral, sí, parece un octocoral simplemente caído de los que hemos estado viendo. Ujú. Sí. Okay, thanks. Can you take a picture? Frame grab? Yeah.
All good?
Yeah, thank you. So it looks like an octocoral. Yeah. Estos parches café podrían ser algún tipo de briozoarios. The brownish organisms can be some bryozoans. There are also plenty of brittle stars. Hay muchísimas ophiuras en este sector. Nos vamos aproximando hacia una parte un poco más, con mucho más sedimento. Podríamos colectar algunos push core.
All right, we're gonna test the integrity of the sand here, mud. Throw Excalibur into it, see how far we get. Watch out.
¿Mm? Okay. So here we will try to get the depth or the thickness of the sediment to see if we can collect some push cores. And also a heat flow measurement can be nice too. Mm-hmm. No,
Only one take mark on.
no.
1.5. Okay.
I think it's
No bueno.
no bueno. No. It's 10 centimeters, right? Which, okay, yeah.
Oh, on the tape?
Yeah.
What, you know how far the tape marks are?
5.
I think 10 centimeters.
Yeah, could be, yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
But we can measure it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're right. It's guessing 6-7 inches. Mm-hmm. Oops.
Yeah, 10.
10. Okay, so the thickness is just 10 centimeters. Yeah. So we can we try in another part? Like close to the octocorals there?
Over here.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh. Yes, 20. Is it 20? Mm-hmm.
Want to just keep this in our hands?
We can continue.
Continue on?
Yeah,
Okay.
we can continue to the next waypoint. I think 30 will be a good
Yeah.
thickness
Yeah.
to get some push course and the whole
The
push
whole-
course.
the whole
Yeah,
thing,
yeah. So we will
Anything over
continue.
25, most likely.
Yeah, 25. Yeah. We can try a little bit later.
I like it.
There are some skate eggs there and close to the octocorals. Yeah.
Want to take a look?
Yes, please.
Sit on the camera.
Estábamos tratando de medir los espesores del sedimento por este sector, pero tenemos apenas tal vez 20 centímetros, por lo tanto continuaremos buscando algunos sectores un poquito más profundos para poder, o más espesos para poder tomar algunos sedimentos. Oh,
We,
okay. Okay.
came out of the holster.
Les recuerdo que estamos explorando, bueno, este ya es el segundo buceo que hacemos en el monte submarino Tengosed, y les recuerdo que estamos buscando sobre todo flujos de calor en este sector asociados a posiblemente a fauna especial, como por ejemplo los pulpos que hemos estado viendo en esta área. Y aquí hemos visto o vimos hoy en la mañana un poquito de un flujo un poquito más caliente del acostumbrado en este sector, y la idea ahorita es continuar viendo y explorando el sitio para encontrar más flujo de calor y por supuesto más pulpos.
So I want to prioritize getting to the summit, so that for the last hour, from 2 to 3, we can be finishing the sampling for ODA. So I don't think we're going to find sediments that are shallow enough or deep enough here.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to just to take a look here.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's the first sediment that we saw.
Yeah. But
So we will continue.
yeah, we want to prioritize getting to the summit.
Okay. Yeah. And we can go to the close to the rocks. Do you prefer like moving to the east, to the left? Because
Yeah.
yeah, because all that part will be like sediment. I think so.
Yeah. Yeah, we want to stay along that spine that's to the right.
Mhm.
Sorry, to the left.
To the left. Yeah. It's time to continue closer to the rocks.
Okay.
Yeah. Bueno, aquí estamos tratando de recuperar el aparato que mide la temperatura y que cayó. Así que ya pronto nos podemos movilizar y continuar hasta el siguiente punto y llegar hacia la parte más alta de este monte submarino, el Seamount Tengosed. Okay, perfect. So we will continue on the direction to the waypoint 7, getting closer to the rocks and then going to the 7, please.
How's this? 4 rocks.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Y vemos más pepinos de mar, crustáceos, seguimos viendo octocorales, corales negros. Este lugar es muy especial, hemos visto cosas muy interesantes, bastante diversidad de organismos. No conocemos específicamente las especies en algunos casos, y por lo tanto se toman muestras y se traen para el análisis. Las muestras que no se recolectan o los organismos que no se recolectan en este caso. Entonces se pueden describir de acuerdo a fotografías detalladas y algunos detalles que se toman con el robot. Pero hemos visto gran variedad de octocorales, por ejemplo. Ah, mira, hay un pez por allá. Tenemos unos colores también muy bonitos de los corales. Corales tipo rosados, anaranjados. We are taking a look of all these colors of the corals, like pink, orange, all different varieties. we don't know exactly the species. That's why we are taking samples to study on detail. And if we don't take the sample, we can sometimes take a look with the camera and some details. And with that, after that, we can try to get the species or even the the genus or even the species in some cases. En este sector ya no vemos tantos basaltos nodulares, estamos teniendo lados un poquito más, con flujo laminar más continuo, más masivo. So regarding the rocks that we don't have on that part, or that we are looking is the sheet lava, and we call it like that, or laminar flow in that part. Those so nice crinoids. Yeah, the nodular are here. Usually the nodular part are in the top of the flow. Usually, sometimes we have big pillow lavas. Casi siempre lo que vemos acá son lavas en el tope de la lava tenemos lo que son estos lavas nodulares y en la base tenemos el flujo más masivo o más laminar, por ejemplo. Y en estos casos también a veces se pueden ver grandes pilos como este que vemos acá enfrente.
My goodness, it's practically deserted in here. Roll the octopus footage, get them all in here.
This is a tunicate? The white one there. It looks like we had a tunicate there. We lost it already. Some beautiful glass sponges here too, with the anemone. Most of the time, you can see the octocorals, the ophiurids attached to the octocorals. That is very nice too. Look at those. There are many, many of ophiurids attached to the octocoral. Generalmente tenemos ofiuroideos atados a o pegados, ¿verdad? Viviendo en los octocorales. Aquí también hemos visto este tipo de equinodermos bastante grandes. What happened? Just to let you know, all these rocks were formed in the mid-Pacific rise. In the East Pacific rise is a mid-ocean ridge. It could be like 20 or 23 million years ago. We don't know exactly the age of this seamount, so that's why we were taking sample yesterday from a rock They can be dated, and also we took some sediments that below the lava, so we can also date it with some microfossils. See you, thank you. Bueno, para que conozca un poquito de la formación de estas rocas se generaron en lo que es la dorsal del Pacífico hace posiblemente unos 20 millones de años, 23 millones de años, que ha sido datado, por ejemplo, el sitio del Dorado. Entonces, exactamente este sitio no conocemos la edad, por eso es que estuvimos tomando muestras ayer de basaltos para poder datar estas rocas y en el caso de las lavas, pero también hemos visto algunos sedimentos un poco más blancos por debajo de las lavas. Entonces hemos tomado estas muestras para poder también datar los microfósiles si se encuentran ahí. We saw one egg. Yeah. I don't know. No, I don't know. We have to ask the biology team. Can you ask in the chat what they know about the skate egg? Yeah.
Someone asked on the last paper.
Yeah.
But they asked if they've seen or
Just we've seen one.
I think not today, only
No, I think so, yeah.
Solo para comentarles de nuevo, tenemos una pregunta sobre los nódulos de manganeso. Lo acabo de comentar, pero les vuelvo a repetir esta parte. En el sector del Dorado tomamos este tipo de lavas nodulares y lo que encontramos es simplemente lava con alguna tal vez capita un poquito más negra en la superficie. Podría ser algún tipo de vidrio volcánico o algún tipo de mineral asociado o elementos asociados a esta, pero no lo conocemos todavía. Pero en sí no son nódulos de manganeso como tal, sino serían lavas nodulares, o en inglés le llaman lobate lava, y serían basálticas, que es el tipo de roca que tenemos en todo este sector. Sí, aquí estamos observando numerosas corales negros y algunos octocorales. Sí, lo que hemos visto en toda esta parte de la cima, entonces es una cima bastante rocosa, con poco sedimento, como han visto, con abundantes organismos de estrellas de mar, ofiuroideos, briozoos, pepinos de mar también, erizos, corales negros, ectocorales, esponjas. Entonces van variando conforme nos vamos moviendo de un lugar a otro, vamos teniendo algunas que son más abundantes que otras. So for now we have seen like 2 skate eggs here in this half an hour. So maybe we can find a little bit more later. También por ejemplo, ese sitio ha sido bastante particular porque hemos encontrado estas esponjas de vidrio con pedunculadas. They're looking for the stalk. Yeah. So, yeah. I will ask Beth. Can we collect it? Yeah. Okay, we will collect this sponge because.
We don't need the whole thing.
Okay.
We just need to try to take a piece and put it in the coral pool. Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Hopefully it's intact enough that it won't.
Mm-hmm.
We want to get some good zooms of the bell
Yes.
and the structure of all the fabric.
So it can be different species here of glass sponge. It's a stalk glass sponge. So we will try to collect this specimen for the collection and for the analysis.
Help you by pen up and down. I won't do left and right. I'll let you do that. Okay. I'm gonna slide around the board.
I think we have seen this specimen or this can only in that part, in this Tengosed Seamount.
It's a glass sponge?
Yes. The genus?
So it's in the family Eucleptilidae.
Eucleptilidae, okay.
And I think it's called Hyalostylus or something like that. It's a genus. I have to look it up.
Okay, cool.
Pretty close to it. I'm gonna back off.
It could be a new species.
Sort of
right?
looks how close that was.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah.
How's that, Beth?
If that's as good as you can get.
So, can you say to the audience, they are asking, tell me where it is, please, or what it is?
Sorry, where's the question?
Where it is, please. No, I thought it was what it is.
But I thought those
No.
questions are about
No.
the skate.
Yeah. It's not the.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, those are great
Yeah.
shots. We want to make sure we get some highlights of that.
Okay. Wow, cool.
We want to get
We can see all the pores of the sponges, of these glass sponges. They are super. This texture is incredible. Vean la textura porosa típica de esponjas. Es increíble esta toma con este detalle. Lo que hemos estado viendo es que estas esponjas parecen ser de un género conocido, pero podría ser una especie nueva. Así que la tomaremos para poderla analizar y detallar en las respectivas laboratorios por los respectivos expertos también. Les recuerdo que en esta expedición somos distintos investigadores, somos un grupo de investigadores que trabajamos con distintos temas e intereses, unidos por un interés común, ¿verdad? Que es conocer estos montes submarinos y conocer también esta fauna asociada, geoquímica asociada, microbiomas asociados de los organismos y demás.
20 centimeters to go in the
Okay.
Thanks. So it's in the family Eucleptilidae. Eucleptilidae. I can text you the name.
Okay.
So apparently it's in the family Eucleptilidae.
Okay, ready?
Alright. So.
Push me back.
Okay.
That's all right. So far. So we're thinking coral cover is what we're wanting?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go for
Mhm.
4. Number 4. Roger that. Just out of habit, you can pull the camera back. Oh yeah. Okay. Camera go back.
Today we have collected several octocorals, also very interesting octocorals here, different diversity. And this is, I think, the second sponge that we will collect. Aquí hemos colectado en este sitio hoy, en esta cima, diferentes especies de octocorales para el específico análisis, y también vamos a, o hemos colectado con esta, sería una segunda esponja para análisis.
Ya dijo, veces todo aquí les indicó 2000. Pero pregúntale que si la podemos colectar ahora.
So it can be better like to collect from that part, from the bottom. Oh, they already, yeah. It's okay.
Eventually we better.
Okay. No. Okay. It's a coral quiver. It goes to the coral quiver number 4. Number 4. Yeah. Did you took a frame grab when there is something? Perfect. You can take a frame grab.
Did you say you wanted a frame grab?
Yeah, it's okay. Should.
Got it?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is it possible to collect another piece and put it in the same thing? Like from down?
Yeah, from the top.
Más abajo de la foto.
The skull?
Yes, because I talked with the expert and he said that he needed like half
he
of
needs-
that thing in order to do the description and everything, not only the base for molecular.
So, but you have to explain to them because, yeah. She said that we need the skull too.
No, the start is impossible,
No?
but at least another piece.
Okay.
I talked with the expert. Everything is needed, but it is not possible. He needs several parts of the sponge.
Okay.
So maybe we can have another chunk.
Yep, we can try to take it
Yeah.
aside. Okay.
I told him that the base is very difficult.
Bueno, estamos tomando algunos fragmentos de la esponja para poder trabajar con la identificación.
Yeah, Chris Kelly. I know Chris. So he is very good at identifying the victims and understanding which group they are based on that. So also happy to yes.
Bueno, durante esta expedición no tenemos expertos en esponjas, pero tenemos conexiones internacionales con otros colegas que colaborarán con toda la parte de identificación de este tipo de esponjas.
Yeah, so that was the text from yesterday that I sent from Steve and Chris.
What's coming up?
Yeah, number 4.
That's from the fertility. Should I register that as a non? No, same sample.
What is the cell growth rate? How long does it take to grow back? Jesse. We don't know about it. We don't have any expert on board that is working with the sponges. So we have to send these samples to an expert, international expert, that we will collaborate with all the ID and also the other analysis. So we don't know the growth rate of the one of this specimen.
Yeah, we're not, and to be fair, I'm not exactly sure that this sponge is the one we saw yesterday, because it's not actually hanging the same way, so.
Comparing with octocorals, for example, usually they grow at 1 centimeter per year. So I don't know if sponges could be something like that, but it could be. I don't know.
Thank you, sponge. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
I don't know who grabbed it. Thanks.
So we will continue our pathway to our waypoint. Waypoint 8. There is a skate egg there. Can you take a picture, please? Yeah. It's full of sediment. Yeah. Recover of sediment. Yeah. So apparently it's an yeah. But
All good?
yeah, all good. We can continue. Yeah. Ahí lo que teníamos era un huevo de raya bastante lleno de sedimento. Aquí tenemos unas estrellas de mar encima de una esponja.
The waypoint right where the sponge is.
Continuamos viendo algunas esponjas de cristal, pues, de vidrio que le llaman, o del grupo Exactinellidas. Continuamos viendo algunas lavas basálticas, algunos pilos, también unos fragmentos más pequeños que les llamamos, puede ser las nodulares, esponjas de vidrio, octocorales, briozoos. En este sitio vemos que principalmente dominan lo que son octocorales, esponjas y equinodermos en general. Algunas anémonas, por el momento no hemos visto grandes vertebrados, como peces, por ejemplo, pero de vez en cuando nos aparecen en las tomas. Estos organismos o manchas blancas que se ven en la roca son un tipo de poliquetos que se adhieren al sustrato y precipitan carbonato. Son un tipo de gusanos que tienen algún contenido de carbonato en su esqueleto o precipitan una cobertura de este carbonato. Seguimos avanzando hacia el sitio, hacia lo que es la cima de este monte submarino, Tengosed. Por el momento no hemos vuelto a ver no hemos observado, por ejemplo, pulpos, pero en la mañana vimos dos o tres, no recuerdo bien. Hay un cangrejo bastante atento. Ay, nadando. Y aquí ya vienen algunos pepinos de mar, por ahí ven un bivalvo. Otros cangrejos. Los cangrejos vamos a ver algunas variedades como blancas, algunos cangrejos más anaranjados. Ese es un coral negro bastante grande aquí a su derecha. Una estrella de mar ahí, muy tranquila.
This one? You're in there for the way walk. Big spot. Just momentarily, you can sit up. Which one? Sit up, this one? This one?
What is the name of?
Overtime, 2, oh, 7, that's right. Oh, I didn't know that's what that did. That's way better. That's too fast. If I use the button, that seems doable. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, that's where I run it. Okay, yeah, that's better than lever. Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet.
Estas bolitas blancas que se ven ahí parecieran ser algunos fonóforos, que son un tipo de macroforaminíferos. Ujú. Sí, una esponja aquí a su izquierda. Otro tipo de esponjas de vidrio. Les recuerdo que estamos a una profundidad de 1900 metros. En el monte submarino Tengosed. Este nombre viene desde la parte de recarga, digamos, se inspiraron en lo que es recarga de agua hacia la corteza. Entonces de ahí viene ese nombre Tengosed, como I'm thirsty. Y viene o se inspiraron ahí para decir que aquí lo que estaba sucediendo era una recarga de agua. Pero hoy vimos que puede haber descarga también. En uno de los sitios que medimos en la mañana se observó un gradiente de temperatura mayor que podría indicarnos una salida de agua también, entonces un sitio de descarga. What is this? I don't know. You can close up there. I don't know. You can just take a frame grab and then. Yes. Por ahora, debido a digamos, cima tan rocosa, no se ha podido colectar sedimentos. Esperemos que en la siguiente hora, antes de subir a la superficie, podamos encontrar tal vez algún sitio un poquito más adecuado para continuar haciendo algunas colectas que se requieren de algunos organismos. Por ahora estamos más focalizados en ver si en algún momento vemos agua distorsionada o agua tipo brumosa, digamos, que nos indiquen que haya algún tipo de salida de agua un poco más caliente. There is still 1 hour maybe to the final waypoint. So we are in our way to the at least 2 waypoints. So this is not the final. It's 1 hour left, or 1.5 hour left. A beautiful anemone there. another anemone there. We're good. We're going to the waypoint in the pathway to the waypoint 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Turning back towards waypoint 8?
And
So passing
yeah,
waypoint 8.
passing,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah. Here we pass 7,
Cool.
and we are going to the waypoint 8.
And
yeah.
the goal is summiting, right?
Yeah.
we're
So
going
the
back.
last hour,
Yeah.
you can take some samples. Look if you can take also some push course.
Some push course over?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. You will see.
I don't think that's a priority, but
It's not a priority. No. The
Yeah.
priority for now is to get to the summit.
Yeah. I guess I'll have Oleg here to help me with the prioritizing biological samples.
Yeah. For the next hour, yeah, for the next 1 hour. Yes. But we have to go to some.
Let's go to the summit. Once we're there, we're going to go over there. Down and see an enemy. And then we'll start.
Bueno, les agradezco mucho estar conectados esta hora más y continuamos con nuestro colega Gustavo Ramírez, microbiólogo de la Universidad de California. Entonces paso la palabra a Gustavo. So, Gustavo.
Just dive plan this one right there. How are we doing with space? These 4 quivers are open?
Yeah.
Okay. All the push course? Okay, so we'll play by ear. I think we're just going to scoot towards the summit. When we get to the summit, that was very interesting. I loved it. And I'll be open to suggestions. Oda or anybody, Diva, somebody sees something interesting, I guess, just let me know. But I guess we'll make everybody happy with the summit first. Cover it down.
Okay. I think what's important to us, one of the things that's important is getting biology samples that are representative of what we're seeing. So like the most abundant organisms.
Skate eggs, what is that?
So like yesterday, we didn't get any of those like Bell's hunches.
Bell's hunches, right, right.
No, I'm not saying that's what we should collect. We're saying whatever seems
Representative
most
of the
representative of
ecologically.
wherever. Yeah.
Okay. Those fans are pretty prominent. All right. For those of you joining us at home, welcome. My name is Gustavo Ramirez. I am an assistant professor at the Cal State University in Los Angeles, California. I am joined in this dive by my colleague, Myla Guillon, who is an assistant researcher from the Helmholtz Center in Potsdam, Germany. And we're also joined, of course, by Scott and Carl, two ROV pilots, helping us explore the seafloor remotely, seafloor being 2,000 meters beneath the waves where our feet are located. And
doing so wonderfully. I've had the pleasure of working with Scott before, probably 12 or 13 years ago.
That sounds about right.
Yeah, when we embarked on the Atlantis, I think it was that time, and explored subsea floor crustal observatories out there for a couple of weeks. So I'm very, very glad to see familiar faces. Yeah. So as far as I understand, we're just looking for representative biological samples.
So we're
Four
still
more
trying to
quizzes.
get to the summit.
Top number one priority. Yeah.
Yep. And in about half an hour, we'll stop.
And I just filled in for Jimbo here, or rather, Jimbo is filled in for me. This is Alex again, multimedia technician on for this expedition. Just a heads up, we of course are streaming this on YouTube and Facebook. So if you have any questions, feel free to type those in the chat. We will be restarting the streams in maybe 10 minutes or so. I'll do another little heads up before we restart those streams, but we're going to be doing that coming up as well.
Control room by one of our co-chief scientists of this expedition, Dr. Beth Orkin, who is instructing, refreshing the top priorities of this dive. At this point, we're coming up on the last hour of work at the seafloor for today, and what we really want to do is be able to summit this seamount. Again, we are at a seamount called Tengosed, which is Spanish for "I am thirsty," a very appropriate name for the hypothesis that this is a relatively cold site that should be uptaking water into the crust. So this is a site of recharge where we expect cold water to be slightly colder and enter the first layer of the lithosphere that's generally buried by sediment through these cold rocks. So again, Tengosed Seamount is the place where we are studying now. I guess another extraordinary point to be made now is that Tengosed, prior to yesterday, had not been observed by human eyes before. Our ROV landing at this site was the first time that this gigantic, over 5 or 6 kilometer diameter structure had been seen by human eyes. So we think this is remarkable. From yesterday's dive, mermaid versus, right?
We saw one on the way up here.
Another egg. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Mermaid versus. Yeah, triangular. Triangular, no, square. The edges attached to the rocks. Yeah. They're kind of green, so they blend into the sediment, actually. Yeah.
Camouflaging. Do you want to stop on it?
Sure, this is a good spot.
So we are on the search for skate eggs. We were here yesterday, and we noticed that there was a disproportional number of skates. So these are cartilaginous fish that swim close to the bottom. They have a evolved a mouth that's facing down, so they're swimming around and munching at whatever critters they can get at that are buried in the sediment. And another thing that we noticed, of course, where there was a lot of skates at the summit, was that there was a lot of skate eggs. So these are, I guess, commonly known also as mermaid purses. And we were able to pick up an egg yesterday to bring it up to the surface. And we were curious to flash a light through it to see if there was a viable embryo inside. The egg that we picked up yesterday, however, apparently did not have an embryo. So we're trying our best here in the last hour of the dive to make a second skate egg collection. So what you see there again is a skate egg, and we're not sure if it's viable. But we're going to bring it using our ROV manipulating arms. We're going to pick it up from the seafloor and put it in one of our biological collection quivers or boxes so that we can examine it. when the ROV returns to the deck here in a few hours.
Is there a light that you can hold the egg in front of? You can't see inside if you have a light. I don't know if that'd be worth doing, like reflecting one to see if there's anything in one.
That'd be cool.
I don't know if we can hold it up to the light.
Is that corner a light or a reflection?
If we turn on the minute
That's a good
camera,
question.
see it, we're holding it backwards. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how thick the ones on these are, but yeah, like when they're diving and finding them, you can use a dive light.
Once he picks them up, we can just hold it backwards to the light and see if it looks like.
Yeah, you want torch? If you don't see any light through it, obviously it's not gonna work.
It's a quick impromptu conversation going on here in the control room amongst the scientists and pilots. The question is whether or not we would be able to basically pick up this skate egg and put it in front of ROV light. That also could have a potential camera view so that we can see whether or not there's a viable embryo in there with the skate egg being translucent and a really bright light behind it. If we have a camera in front of it, we should technically be able to see something moving if there's something alive in there.
Yeah, I'm not sure how thick the case was yesterday, but I know divers will use dive lights to look in them in shallow water skates.
Brett, this is indeed a weird shape for an egg. I'm not a skate expert, but I don't know. It seems like the 4 points there are attachment points, perhaps. So I'm guessing that these eggs may be buoyant if detached. So it's important, I guess, for these animals to have 4 attachment points, right? Rather than one, so they can have a contingency plan in case one of the points gets detached. Again, that would be a complete speculation on my end, but
Yeah, so some of the
indeed
points,
strange. Okay, yeah.
Sometimes if they're in like a shallow water with kelp, those points have curls to them, and they'll kind of catch on the kelp and act as a little anchor. Not that it's necessarily buoyant, but it will get moved around.
Okay.
The other thing is as the skate develops, at least in some skates, once they have their tail, they'll put that tail down one of those corners and undulate it, and that'll actually cause a through flow of water in the egg.
The more you know.
That was expert opinion by our media
No,
communication.
no.
Yeah.
Don't put that on me.
Just a reminder to the audience. Yeah, can we get a frame capture? Yeah. Quick reminder to the audience. This is a microbiologist narrating this. Oh, we see a
Yeah.
fish there sneaking in at the right side of our point of view there. Again, a majestic landscape here as we are attempting to summit this pretty big seamount. Again, 5 or 6 kilometers across. It's a giant. Tengosed is a giant.
Yeah, that camera might not work out.
Yeah. Okay. We tried.
Yep.
Seems like our attempt to detect viability in place by placing the skate egg in front of a bright light and getting
You can see the
a
light
camera.
coming through the edges. Yeah.
It was slightly unsuccessful here, so no big deal. We're going to go ahead and collect the specimen, put it in our biological collection boxes or quivers, and have our experts analyze it once it's back on deck here in a few hours. Is diameter big enough? Yeah, it is. Okay. It's so hard to tell perspective, depth. You got to make up the 3D image, right?
Yeah, so we're constantly bouncing back and forth between all the views.
Yeah.
And then building that.
Wow. Yeah. Do you see the industry moving towards VR?
We've got some
Experimenting
pretty
with that already.
VR stuff going on in the market right now. It's pretty epic.
So So just to give the audience a bit of perspective as to what's happening here, the ROV pilots have obviously decades of experience and thousands of hours of training. There are approximately, I would say, a minimum of 20 screens that they can look at. Obviously, every screen contains a two-dimensional shot, very high quality, extremely resolved, yet two-dimensional shot. And in order to be able to tell depth perception, pilots got to focus on 3 or 4 of these individual shots at a time. Yeah, so it's very impressive to see these pilots at work. So that is our ROV bay, collection bay. They're retracting back into the belly of SuBastian, allowing the samples to be safely stowed while we drift away and continue our climb towards the summit of this, again, previously unexplored seamount called Tengosed. I am thirsty. See a large colony here of corals.
Watch for a second.
Yeah. Maybe we'll get a little bit closer down.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, no, we're just looking for any other machinery. Okay.
You want to bump forward to where the
No. I don't
features?
think there's
Okay. Continue on.
poke around for a few more minutes.
All eyes on deck here are, when we do those close-ups, are looking for shimmering. Again, shimmering would indicate either slightly more dense or slightly warmer water exiting these cracks along the rocks.
See the coral picked up earlier, it's a small one, and the entire rock went with it.
No.
So strong, they picked up a rock.
A couple of sea cucumber-like creatures in the back amongst this octocoral fan community here. Again, just a surreal landscape. I just love the almost incredible desolation of this environment. That's that can quickly give way to just oasis of life. Never a dull moment in one of these dives. To give the audience a little bit of a general background in terms of why we think studying seamounts is very, very important. So again, seamounts are literally the first layer of the crust of the earth, or places, or they represent the first layer of the crust or the lithosphere that has risen above the otherwise like very widespread sedimentary cover at the seafloor. So again, in these places where the crust rises above the sediment at the seafloor, water can either enter or water can leave. Whether a particular seamount is a site of water entering or leaving is a function of the temperature of the rock at that seamount. So if the rock tends to be colder, that would be that would allow water there, seawater, to be slightly denser and enter the crust. Once water enters the crust, it changes, fundamentally changes in terms of its physical properties, chemical properties, and biological properties. As a microbiologist, I'm very much interested in how this microbial communities change as the water moves through the crust. Anyhow, at some point, this movement warms up the water, which means that it becomes less dense and it rises. It finds another place, usually seamounts in the far away from where they enter, where it can exit. And that's what we would consider low temperature hydrothermal flux out of the crust at seamounts. Where we're at now in the Costa Rican Pacific, there's a series of things that look like pimples on a map. And those pimples represent seafloor features that are seamounts or smaller seamounts, I guess technically called outcrops. And what we're doing here is visiting, well, we started this expedition by visiting the single outcrop, so very small, I guess, seamount that had been visited by scientists about 10 years ago and confirmed to be a site of quite focused hydrothermal venting. And again, this basic property of physics at a planetary scale, right? Because we're talking about the ocean, very basic property of density leads to the creation of oases of life and wonderful, just really wonderful nurseries of octopus can be found at Dorado Seamount. And these animals appear to be really happy now that we know, really happy to, and look, and in terms of seeing or raising their young at the places where these hot, relatively warm hydrothermal fluids vent. So we don't know why they choose those sites yet. There's a couple of hypotheses being thrown around by experts on this expedition. It could be that there's sediment falling all across the seafloor all the time, and the venting fluids simply provide a cleaning service because octopuses can't really pick up a broom and clean up their house. The venting may be simply keeping the sediment off substrates. So there's a lot less sediment where there is a lot of venting because it's the movement of the water emanating from the rocks is kind of clearing the surfaces. And therefore, the octopus females may like to brood their eggs there because that rock will tend to stay clean. Other hypotheses that are being thrown around is that there's something in the fluids, perhaps a micronutrient that might give the octopus mothers or females some sort of an advantage, and or that there could be a microbiome component as to that's driving their brooding site preferences. So we don't know, and that's really what this expedition is out here to explore. But again, I just want to make a point that the physics, geochemistry, biology, and ecology of these environments has never been explored together at this level of intimacy before. And again, at this site, there's only one mountain that had been visited in previous expeditions. This was over 10 years ago. That's El Dorado Outcrop. And every other place that we visited so far, we've been the first humans to lay eyes on. So it's extremely exciting. The fun never ends. Oh, there goes another one. That looks pretty old.
Got a couple questions about the skates. My only real knowledge about skates is of skates further north. But someone asked if the eggs come out like in a ribbon because they kind of got like a barrel of monkeys sort of look with the corners there. As far as I'm aware, they lay 2 eggs at a time or 2 eggs shortly in a short period of time, and then they just repeat that. Sometimes as often as every few days, but they'll lay 2 eggs at a time. The eggs typically will have 1 embryo in them, but there's a couple species of skates that actually will have multiple embryos per egg. That's much rarer though. And the eggs can actually be identified on a species to species basis off of physical features or physical characteristics of the egg. You can actually tie that to a species.
Coral? Yes, coral.
We're trying to take some from your eye
There you go. There you I mean, this is definitely being used as a nursery. It's not as dense as like some nurseries, but there's a lot up here.
Looks like we're about as close to the summit as we're going to get, and so we're coming towards the end of this dive for today, and we've been given the green light to have our on-board octocoral expert, Professor Odalisca Bridi Shadid of the Universidad de Costa Rica, professor of biology there, and she is working alongside myself and the ROV pilots to identify the most useful specimens, biological specimens for octocoral collections.
All right, while we're set here on the bottom looking at this coral, I do need to restart our streams. So the streams on Facebook and YouTube are going to go down for a few minutes, and then there will be 2 new streams on both those sites. So keep a lookout for those, and then we should be good through the rest of the dive. So we'll be right back.